Members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? The member for Melbourne.
Thank you to all the young people who submitted speeches for Youth Raise Our Voice in Parliament. And this is a speech from Amar. I envision a community where young people are not just heard, but are empowered to make a real change. A place where our voices shape the future we will inherit. Lowering the voting age to 16 is a critical step toward this vision. Today, young people face challenges that are deeply intertwined with the decisions made by those in power. Yet we are often left out of the process. By allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to vote, we can channel the energy and passion of youth into positive community change. This engagement could lead to a decrease in youth crime as more young people feel that their voices matter and that they have a stake in their community's future. When young people are given the opportunity to contribute meaningfully, they are more likely to invest in their own futures and the well-being of their communities. The next Parliament can achieve this by lowering the voting age, expanding civic education and creating more opportunities for young people to engage in decision-making processes. By doing so, we can create a community that values, supports and benefits from the energy and ideas of its youth, a community where everyone, regardless of age, has the power to shape their future. Thank you, Amar. $10 for Vegemite, hundreds of dollars more per week in rent, and soaring mortgages. If you're worried about the cost of living, you're not alone. Millions of people across the country are struggling. But at the same time, the profits of the big corporations, like big supermarkets and the big banks, have increased, and that is no accident. I hear from parents who are worried that they, or their kids or grandkids, will never be able to buy a house, no matter how hard they work. This is more than just a cost of living crisis. It's becoming a full-blown economic crisis. And it's happening while 1 in 3 big corporations pays no tax. When a nurse pays more tax than a multinational, something is wrong. But instead of trying to fix this mess and deliver real outcomes for people, Labor and Liberals are performing confected fights in question time while quietly agreeing to the status quo of more supermarket price gouging, more unlimited rent rises and more corporate profiteering. No wonder everyone is getting sick of politics. They've lost sight of why they're elected in the first place, to deliver real outcomes that will make everyday people's lives better. The Greens have already announced our plan to make price gouging illegal, fund a freeze and cap on rent increases, and build more public housing. We've announced our plan to ensure that you can see your GP, psychologist, dentist or nurse for free with your Medicare card. No one should be putting off essential healthcare because they can't afford it. And you can trust us to do things like this because we don't take political donations from the big corporations fueling these crises. And this is just the start. And we know that these reforms won't happen overnight, but if we keep voting for the same two parties, nothing will change. Change is possible. This election, you have to vote for it.
The member for Franklin. Here.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was recently able to go and visit Australia's southernmost town, Southport, which of course also happens to be in the great electorate of Franklin that I represent. And it was a terrific opportunity to have a cuppa and a bicky with some of my community members and to hear about the issues that are impacting their daily lives. As we all know, no one is immune to what's happening globally and indeed in Australia with cost of living pressures, and that includes those in the Southport community and surrounds. I was able to discuss with them the cost of living relief that the Albanese Labor government is delivering right now to those who need it most, including a tax cut for every taxpayer, the energy bill relief for every household and eligible small businesses, and of course a pay rise for some of Tasmania's lowest paid workers. 77,000 of them have received a pay rise on the minimum wage rises. And then of course our cheaper medicines policy and strengthening Medicare and of course our GP rebate increases. This has had a significant impact in my electorate, particularly the tripling of the bulk bill incentive. It has meant in Tasmania we've seen some of the highest increases in bulk billing, which we needed to, frankly, because under the former government it was very difficult to get a bulk billing appointment anywhere in Tasmania. And of course we've got our 4 urgent care clinics with a 5th one on the way. During this visit down in Southport, I was also able to see the good work of the Far South Mobile Community Hub, which is being run by Gecko, the Geeveston Community Neighbourhood Centre. That community centre there runs this hub that's fully equipped and versatile on wheels, and it aims to provide the community with a range of health, wellbeing, social and essential government services. So it was terrific to be able to partner with them to do the morning tea in the local community. They also provide emergency food relief. They provide a safe space for vulnerable people to seek support and to share their stories and concern. And I know that this mobile hub has really been making a difference in the Southport and Dover communities in the south of my electorate. I particularly want to thank Trish and Catherine for running this important service, and it will strengthen connections between support services and rural and remote communities, as well as an overall improvement, of course, in people's lives in those communities. And speaking of improving the lives of those in rural and remote communities, when I was travelling back into my electorate, back into town, I stopped into the Geeveston Early Learning and Care Centre. This centre is one of, I think it's 5 or 6 in my electorate that recently received hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Albanese Labor Government's Community Childcare Fund. The local mayor came with us, Sally Doyle. She told me how important this funding is to keep these services open and operating in those regional communities. There are 45 services across Tasmania, I understand, that have received one of the grants, and in my electorate, Cygnet, Dover, Geeveston, Huonville and South Arm are in receipt of almost $900,000.
Thank you. The member for Nichols.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. And if there's something that frustrates the people in my electorate more than anything, particularly the people who live in the northern part, the Golden Valley, it's the historically poor rail service between particularly Shepparton and Melbourne. Now, there were not enough services. The services there were very slow and uncomfortable. And long before I came into this place, I was an advocate for better rail services between Greater Shepparton and Melbourne. Now, the previous coalition government funded to the tune of $320 million stage 3 of the Shepparton Rail corridor plan, which meant that we'd go from 5 services per day, return services to Melbourne, to 9 services. A great investment by the previous coalition government, and we funded at 80-20, not 50-50 that the current government's talking about in relation to state projects. So the promises that were made, though, by the state government when delivering this program with the federal government money, and the Premier Jacinta Allen then said, using the expertise in place on the Shepparton line is allowing works on stage 3 to commence sooner with a targeted completion date of 2023. And in a further media release on the 10th of November 2021, she said, we promise stage 2 upgrade is targeted for completion late next year, while stage 3 is scheduled for completion in 2023. Now, we're in the back end of 2024 and the project still hasn't been delivered. Not only that, but the federal government was asked for and required to commit an extra $11 million, which was announced in the May 2024 federal budget. So, when a perfectly reasonable question was asked to the state government about what's going on, why the delay, why the cost blowout, a government spokesman, not a minister, it'd be nice to have a minister put their name to it, but a government spokesman said it would be nice, we won't take lectures from the Liberals and Nationals. Well, if it wasn't for the Liberals and the Nationals, including the former Deputy Prime Minister, Mr McCormack, there wouldn't be the funding for the project. Now, the project's funded, but it hasn't been delivered. And the people, my constituents, and this is a constituency statement, are asking, why hasn't this been delivered? And it's very frustrating when federal governments put money towards projects only to have state governments have continual blowouts and delays. The people of Greater Shepparton and the whole of the Golden Valley want to be able to get on one of the 9 services that was promised between Shepparton and Melbourne. They don't want to have to get up early and pick between only 5 services. So the question remains for the Victorian government, we're at the back end of 2024, you promised it by the end of 2023, when are we going to get the extra services? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Shortland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to provide an update on how people in my community are benefiting from the Albanese Labor government's fee-free TAFE initiative. Through this program, not only are we helping Australians get ahead while easing cost of living pressures, we're supporting training places in areas of high demand, like the care, construction and early childhood and education sectors. I was delighted to welcome the brilliant Minister for Skills and Training, Andrew Giles, to the Hunter recently, where we announced that over 150,000 Australians have enrolled in a fee-free TAFE course in the first half of 2024. This takes the total number of enrolments in fee-free TAFE courses since January 2023 to almost 509,000 people. This shows what a massive success this initiative has already been. I said on the day, fee-free TAFE is changing people's lives. While he was visiting my community, I took Minister Giles to Belmont TAFE, and we spoke with students studying fee-free TAFE courses, including Nikita, a local female tradie. 21-year-old Nikita is studying to become a boilermaker and was full of praise for fee-free TAFE. To quote Nikita, and I quote, "It is actually amazing being able to not have the stress of paying anything, but still being able to learn and get all the knowledge I possibly can," end quote. That endorsement from Nikita demonstrates that fee-free TAFE courses are changing people's lives for the better and helping them with the cost of living. Not only that, they're boosting jobs in critical sectors like manufacturing, ensuring we're meeting the challenges of the skills shortages in our country. And as the Minister for Defence Industry, I know how critical it is to grow the manufacturing workforce in our country, and I thank Nikita for her enthusiasm for becoming a boilermaker. This approach contrasts strongly with that of the Leader of the Opposition and the Coalition. The Leader of the Opposition has not said the word TAFE in Parliament since 2004. 2004, Deputy Speaker. For context, this was the year Shrek 2 came out. We've heard nothing from him about how TAFE changes people's lives and nothing about how it's helping our country. Instead, we just hear about his obsession with his fantasy to build nuclear reactors around the country, including in the Hunter. Since the Leader of the Opposition announced his policy in June, there have been a series of earthquakes around Denman and Muswellbrook, right next to the proposed site of one of the Coalition's nuclear reactors. You think that will give them pause to reconsider this policy, but appears not. Deputy Speaker, much like in Shrek, where the kingdom is caught up in a fairy tale, the Leader of the Opposition seems stuck on his fantasy of his own. But unlike a fairy tale, his nuclear dreams won't end happily ever after for the people in my community. Labor's fee-free TAFE, in contrast, is a real-life solution to real-life problems.
The member for Cook.
I'd like to acknowledge a great foundation in the electorate of Cook, the Nicole Fitzsimmons Foundation. But before, I'd like to acknowledge and pay tribute to Nicole. Nicole tragically lost her life in a motorbike accident in Thailand in 2012. She was 24 years old, a passionate ballet dancer and an aspiring journalist. Now, her parents and her sister took a situation that no parent or sibling should ever experience and turned it into a positive force for so many people in our electorate and right across Sydney. I had the opportunity to talk to Nicole's mother and father and her sister at the foundation and thank them for all they do in the community. This foundation does two things. Firstly, it presents travel safety education to young adults and young school children. Secondly, it runs programs for those who experience physical or financial hardship to aspire for their dreams in performing arts or sports. Over the past 11 years, they have given 40 grants and over $100,000 to members of my community. I was fortunate enough to attend their yearly fundraiser, Bubbles by the Bay, at St George Sailing Club. It was a well-attended event with over $9,000 raised, and 2 recipients of the Follow Your Heart grants were announced. Jack Howe, a para-triathlete who competed in the 2024 Paris Paralympics, and Holly Niland, who is pursuing her life dream of dance and performed on the day. I invite community members to donate at the Nicole Fitzsimmons Foundation website. Donations are tax deductible. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge another amazing organisation in the electorate of Cook, Marine Rescue. They keep the waterways of Bate Bay, Port Hacking, Georges River and Botany Bay safe. One thing community members in Cook never take for granted, whether they're jet skiing or sailing, is that you're assured if something does go wrong, the volunteers of Marine Rescue, Botany Bay and Port Hacking are on the other side of the radio. Marine's rescue capability is primarily made of well-trained, dedicated and passionate volunteers. I had the privilege of visiting their operations on the Hacking River, where they look after Botany Bay as well, and I've met a number of volunteers who operate the radios, deploy rescue vessel crews, and help manage accidents, breakdowns or emergencies. These volunteers take time out of their week on week, to keep us safe, sometimes undertaking dangerous work and committing to constant training. The understated commitment of Marine Rescue is fantastic, and I want to thank them. I would also like to pay tribute to Ian Baker, who received an Emergency Services Medal on the 2024 King's Birthday Awards. Ian started volunteering for this organisation since 1975 and has participated in over 400 operations.
Thank you. The member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our government's #1 priority is helping Australians with the cost of living, and that's why we've announced that we're cracking down on supermarkets to help Australians get a fair price at the checkout. It was fantastic to invite the Prime Minister out to Montano's patisserie in Bayswater last week to talk to some members of my community about the announcement and how our government's crackdown on supermarkets' unfair pricing practices. One such practice is known as shrinkflation, where there's less product but the price is the same or sometimes higher. Cracking down on this type of dodgy practice will help people save more on their regular shopping trip. At Montano's, the PM and I shared coffee and treats with some Aston locals, Katie, who's a single mum to a teenage daughter, and Xavier and Natalie, parents to 3 little girls. These parents shared their concerns about the cost of raising their kids with rising supermarket prices. The feedback from this chat, and many others like it that I'm having lately around my community, is that people are feeling the pinch at supermarket checkouts, and this is having a detrimental effect on many households throughout Aston. The Albanese Labor government are committed to fighting shrinkflation in our supermarkets and the retail sector by strengthening the unit pricing code to make it easier for Australians to make accurate and timely price comparisons. Our government is boosting funding to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, so it can undertake a crackdown on misleading and deceptive pricing practices and unconscionable conduct in the supermarket and retail sector. Funding of around $30 million will help the ACCC conduct more investigations and enforcement in the supermarket and retail sectors. This will enhance the regulator's ability to proactively monitor behaviour and investigate pricing practices where there are concerns about supermarkets and retailers falsely justifying higher prices. We're going to make sure that all supermarkets put unit pricing on items to help shoppers know if what they're seeing on the ticket means they're getting a good deal or not. Unit pricing helps consumers spot good value for money by being able to see the price of products by their volume, weight or per unit, so they aren't tricked by changed packaging hiding less product. We must continue to fight hard for all Australians because we know that under Peter Dutton and the Coalition, Australians will work longer for less, whilst we want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And that's why I was proud to support the supermarket crackdown announcement, which will help people like Katie in my community, Xavier, Nat and their families in my community of Aston. And I would like to thank Nick and Helen Montano for their hospitality at their patisserie. They showed us, the Prime Minister and me and my constituents, such wonderful hospitality, and I'd like to thank them.
Thank you. The member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to speak today on a critical issue for me that has been for some time. Today I hosted in the House the Australian Medical Professional Society AMPS, Dr Chris Neal, Dr Gianthi Kunadashian and Cara Thomas, Kunadashian I should say, and Cara Thomas. With them were Professor Angus Dalgleish and Dr Paul Marrick. Professor Dalgleish is an eminent virologist, immunologist, medical oncologist, general physician, Professor of St George University, London, Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians in the UK and Australia, Fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists, over 500 publications in peer-reviewed literature, over 25,000 citations. Dr Paul Marrick, former tenured Professor of Medicine and Chief of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine at Eastern Virginia Medical School. His training's in internal medicine, critical care, pharmacology, anaesthesia, over 500 peer-reviewed journal articles, 80 book chapters and 4 critical care books, cited over 54,000 times in peer-reviewed publications, founding member of the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. These two gentlemen have an amazing message for us. They are eminent doctors and have made significant contributions to medicine and the advancement of patient care over the decades of their life, and we would do well to pay attention to their message. But the problem is their message, if given out only a few short months ago, would be deemed as misinformation or disinformation under the bill that's coming before the House. Further silencing censorship of scientists, censorship of health professionals, and censorship of doctors and nurses. So it's been a pleasure to have them in the House and hear the message that they gave from such eminent people around the whole history of the COVID response, and not only the COVID response, but the effect it's had on so many millions of people across the world. We would do well to listen to such eminent people and change the way we're going about things, change the narrative, I say again, change the narrative so that we can help vax-injured people. People like Cara Thomas, who this morning out on the front lawns of the Parliament had the place of the fallen, and all those that have been severely affected by vaccine injuries. Thank you, Professor Dalgleish and Dr Paul Marrick, for coming to this Parliament today. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you. The member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I was pleased to join the Federal Infrastructure Minister, member for Ballarat, and the Queensland Transport Minister, Bart Mellish, along with the State Labor candidate for Ipswich West, Wendy Bourne, to announce a joint $20 million budgeted funding commitment towards business cases and planning for the vital upgrades along the Cunningham Highway in my electorate, including the Amberley interchange and the Swan Bank and Ripley interchanges. The Cunningham Highway is a major national highway and freight route and a key commuter corridor in one of the fastest growing regions in the country. It includes the Amberley interchange, which is a notorious black spot and bottleneck during peak hours, partly because it's the main access point to the biggest Air Force base in the country, the RAF base at Amberley. Tens of thousands of vehicles, including heavy vehicles, go through the interchange every day. Along with others, I've been advocating for a long-term solution to fix the Amberley interchange and planning for the Swan Bank and Ripley interchanges, which have traffic congestion problems. And the local community has made it very clear that previous interim plans and short-term fixes put forward for the interchange just won't work. Roundabouts and traffic lights simply won't work on a national highway. Well, the Amberley interchange is getting upgraded. The Albanese and Miles Labor government have listened and acted with $20 million of real funding, not an election promise, to look at real solutions for the interchange to bus congestion and future-proof the Cunningham Highway, including options like a bypass flyover and highway duplication, and the growing traffic congestion problems at Swan Bank and Ripley. This is part of our $170 million budgeted commitment to the Cunningham Highway. Local residents I've spoken to, including local Ipswich City councillors, have contacted me by text and by phone and told me they're very pleased with the announcement. However, after calling for money for the Amberley interchange, instead of welcoming this $20 million commitment, the LNP Mayor of Ipswich has criticised the plan in the local media, mischievously and deceptively. I've told her, and she knows very well, we need a proper business case. It's never been done before for a long-term solution. Still, she plays party politics and can't rise above it. Happy to stand beside any LNP candidate for any business case pre-election LNP commitment. Interestingly, one of the first things the Ipswich City Council did when I secured $20 million in federal funding for the North Ipswich Reserve was ask for $500,000 for a business case before doing the redevelopment, which I was very happy to secure and agree to, and so was the Albanese Labor government. Also, they asked for money for a business case for the Ipswich to Springfield transport corridor, and we put millions of dollars along with the state Labor government. Have the council complained about that? Not at all.
Thank you. The member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in Queensland, at this very moment, the state's elections are underway. And within my great seat of Wright, I've had the privilege of working with a number of LNP MPs in my electorate, including John Krause, Ros Bates, Jim McDonnell and Mark Boothman. Madam Speaker, all have worked hard to achieve much for our shared communities. However, Queensland, once the state of opportunity, has been led astray by the Palaszczuk Miles Labor government after a decade in power. Here, in my community, crime is rampant. Ambulance ramping is at record highs, and that ramping is affecting people in my community. Housing shortages have driven up rents and property prices, and the cost of living is rising faster than anywhere else in Australia in Queensland. Labor has squandered our state's potential, creating a crisis without offering any solutions. When I'm out on the grounds with our LNP state team, we hear from all of our local residents, those that are voicing their concerns at health, town hall, crime forums, small business meetings and through community engagements. People are calling for real change. The LNP has listened and crafted the right plan for Queensland's future. This plan aims to restore safety improve access and health services, make housing more affordable by addressing the supply issues, and ensuring that strong, prudent financial responsibilities are restored in the state. The LNP is ready to reimagine government and return Queensland to its full potential. The time for Labor's failures are over. I would like to take this opportunity to wish the best of luck to our incumbent state members, the member for Mudgeeraba, Ros Bates, the state member for Theodore, Mark Boothman, state member for Scenic Rim, John Krause, and state member for Lockyer Valley, Jim McDonald. I'd also like to acknowledge the LNP candidates in my electorate that have got a tough job in front of them, but are working hard and are on the ground every day to earn the trust and the support of the communities that they're asking to represent. Kevin Burns, LNP candidate for Jordan, Matthew Owens, candidate for Logan, Jachendra Prasad, LNP candidate for Algesta, and Bianca Stone, LNP candidate for Gavin. I have a very clear message for my community. Only by changing the government in Queensland can we get our state back on track. And you can only have the change of government if you vote for LNP. If you vote for an independent or minor parties, it's not a vote for change, it'll be a vote for the same government. Voting for independents and minor parties is simply a vote for another 4 years of Stephen Miles and Labor. We simply can't afford another 4 years of hard Labor in Queensland. The LNP stands ready with a team, a fresh start, the right plan and the solutions for Queensland.
Thank you. The member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And recently I announced that the Albanese government will be delivering $1 million to Surfing Australia for the new wave of female board riders project. This is an exciting new project with aims to increase board rider club membership for women in surfing, access to more surfing equipment and facilities, and also increases the women in official positions and senior positions within surfing. And through this process, Surfing Australia will create another 50 women's focused board rider clubs across the country to provide coaching and training sessions, and I'll also host an annual Women's Training and Development Conference at the High Performance Centre in Casuarina, which is in my electorate, and they'll be hosting that every year. Of course, this High Performance Centre in Casuarina was delivered by the previous Labor government. I was very proud to open that centre in 2012. We delivered the $2 million to build it, and it's the first surfing high performance centre within the country. And since that time, it's just gone from strength to strength, and that's what was so exciting to now be announcing the $1 million in funding for this really exciting new project. Of course, this funding's from the Play Our Way program, which is designed to remove barriers to women and girls participating in sport and physical activity. And of course, at the opening, it was a wonderful occasion with many great surfers there and coaches. And in fact, the Surfing Australia Chief of Sport, Luke Madden, said on the day, this investment, the investment from our government, is a game changer for women's surfing. We're creating a pathway that will see more women involved in surfing at every level, from beginners in local board rider clubs to female coaches on the beach. It's about opening doors for more women to embrace surfing and stay connected, making the sport more inclusive for everyone. And we also had a whole range of great speakers, including Hannah Jessup, who's the co-founder of the first all-female board riders club on the Gold Coast, just to the north of us. And her club is called Surf Witches Board Riders Club. And Hannah said, we've seen a huge growth in women's surfing, especially on the Gold Coast. Our memberships sell out every year, which reflects the demand for more clubs like ours. Women from all over Australia reach out to us, asking how they can start their own clubs. So I think this grant will have an incredible impact on the women's surf community across the country. And since we announced it too, we've had a huge amount of people reaching out across the country to Surfing Australia. We also had on the day Jade Wheatley speaking, the president of the Currumbin Alley Board Riders Club and surf coach, and she said, as a female surf coach, I've had amazing support from male coaches, but now I see little girls who want to follow in my footsteps. And she said, so many young girls come up to her and said, I want to be a surfing coach just like you. And that's at the heart of what this grant is all about, encouraging more women and girls to get involved in surf lifesaving, have these clubs where they feel comfortable to get involved, learn new skills, access to new training and mentorship, and we're very proud to be delivering on this important funding commitment.
Thank you. The member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, I was pleased to attend the Coorong Lower Lakes Murray Mouth Research Centre in Goolwa. And it's great to see that the research centre was brimming with activity. A very proud moment for me and for our community who advocated for the centre since the lead up to the 2018 mayor by-election. And at that time, and still relevant today, we recognise that even with a fully executed Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which we're a long way still from realising, we still had to deal with the short-term variations of water flows and water quality. We have internationally recognised critical wetlands and important regions relied upon by local communities for economic, environmental and social wellbeing that needed and deserved a scientific approach to the management of our most precious river system. In December 2020, the federal government recognised this need and announced $8 million in funding for the centre, and the centre was officially opened in July last year. And in its first year of operation, it placed an emphasis on communication and engagement to ensure a strong presence and clear understanding of its functions. And in that time, it's achieved 83 target community meetings, 12 events with more than 400 people in attendance. It's engaged over 60 organisations, school visits, a volunteer program, students from schools to assist with the development of an education program. And of course, it's now building a real presence in our community and a social media presence. The centre has undertaken similar communication and engagement programs for other program elements, including Indigenous communities, recognising the utilising local knowledge and culture, and the science program. Events such as Science in the Pub and community conversations have been a huge hit and a unique way for science to inform and to be informed. Deputy Speaker, the CLLMM Research Centre is an asset to the local and scientific community in my electorate. Their achievements in just 12 months is astonishing, and I'm very proud to see. And I now seek leave to table their one-year progress report so that everyone in this place and beyond can appreciate the work and value of this incredibly important scientific and community-led organisation. I seek leave.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
I thank the member. I thank the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, as we approach the election season, we are seeing the same tired old tricks from the opposition. The coalition con job: ignore a problem, deny responsibility, then later blame someone else. While in government, they sat on their hands for a decade, ignoring problems, growing problems, until they could blame someone else. House prices steadily increasing, supply did not keep up with demand. Home ownership decreased, particularly among young Australians, yet the coalition government did nothing. For years, they didn't even have a housing minister. Then the supermarket duopoly grew in Australia for over a decade. The coalition government did nothing. The coalition ignored, indeed hid, the worsening state of Australia's environment until they could pass on the responsibility and blame someone else. Now in Hasluck, we see Senator Reynolds fronting up with coalition candidates and trying to campaign on environmental matters, matters that are deeply important to the people in my community, while conveniently forgetting the inaction of the coalition over the last decade. So while the Albanese government is a government of action, we will not shirk our responsibility or waste time in government. The nature-positive Environmental Protection Australia Bill is before the Senate, and we are one vote away from establishing an Environmental Protection Agency. I challenge Senator Reynolds to put her vote where it matters, one vote away, and to vote for this legislation to bring some comfort to my community, not the cold comfort that she brings. Hasluck people are fed up with being ripped off at the supermarket, and so they are glad we are listening and are taking action on supermarket price gouging and looking for ways to ensure that both shoppers and farmers see a fair price. The coalition talk about competition and productivity a lot, but they were never prepared to take the hard decisions to ensure that we get good outcomes in this space. On the environment, my constituents want to see environmental laws passed. They don't understand why the Senate is holding up the establishment of the first independent Environmental Protection Authority, and neither do I. And Deputy Speaker, my constituents want more action on housing, like the Housing Australia Future Fund, which the opposition opposed, and like the Help to Buy bill, which they continue to oppose. We managed to get the Future Fund passed and are delivering a first round of 4,200 social housing homes and more than 9,500 affordable homes. This includes 1,200 homes for women and children escaping domestic violence. It's more help than the Liberals and Nationals delivered to them in almost 10 years. And they're still in it. They're still playing that blocking game along with the Greens, and they've managed to find that common ground, unholy ground, to block housing supply. They are holding up the delivery of 40,000 Australians that Labor wants to assist to get in with equity contribution for a home for themselves.
Thank you. The member for Durack.
Deputy Speaker, the Raise Our Voice campaign is working to increase the number of young women and gender diverse voices from all backgrounds to lead conversations in politics, domestic policy and foreign policy. This year, the Raise Our Voice Australia posed this question: what do you want your community to look like in the next 10 years, and what can the next parliament do to achieve it? Lay, from my electorate of Durack, submitted a speech, and it is my pleasure to read it now on behalf of Lay. And I quote, "My name is Lay. I am a 16-year-old girl in the Northern Regional WA. I'm also the member for Kimberley for West Australia's Youth Parliament 2024. One of my speeches was my adjournment debate. I was scrolling through the news to find something to talk about. I had come across an article published in February. 12 women came out to sue their previous employer company for counts of sexual harassment and assault. It broke my heart reading it, and I had decided this is what I was going to talk about. So I will echo what I said in West Australia's Youth Parliament. Sexual harassment and assault has had a lifelong negative impact on 1.3 million women and nearly 500,000 men in the 5 years leading up to 2022. Sexual harassment and assault is not only inappropriate touching, but also comments on one's gender, body or worse, actually making advances on the victim. I call the Federal Parliament a call to action. I want everybody in Australia, not only my community, in 10 years or sooner, to feel safe working for their living, especially in these trying times where our cost of living has been growing exponentially. Educate our youth on what is sexual harassment, what to do if you become a victim, and that it's okay to speak out. There is a lack of education on this topic in the curriculum all over the country. I want there to be promotions on this topic in every careers class, health class, and even in a generalised topic to talk about. It breaks my heart that this topic has to be normalised to break the stigma around it because we cannot stop predators. If we have to normalise this topic so people aren't afraid to speak out, then so be it. Speaker and the members of Federal Parliament, I am a Year 10 student and I am afraid. I am afraid that when I enter the workforce as a youth, I will be subjected to being one out of 3 Australians who experience workplace sexual harassment. End of quote. Such an important issue. Thank you, Lay.
For in the House, the proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Constituency statements will go to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Young people can change the world. With this idea in mind, on Tuesday the 17th of September, I hosted the first Swan Young Changemakers Conference. And this was to bring young people from across the electorate of Swan together. It was a day designed by young people, led by young people. Over 40 student leaders from 10 different high schools came together. It was a diverse group, but everyone agreed that they wanted to change their community for the better. The truth is, when the students first rocked up to Pawsey, the supercomputing centre in my electorate, they were a bit daunted, all these students from different high schools. But when they spoke to each other and we broke people up into different groups, they came up with some incredible ideas. They discussed key societal challenges and priority areas for them. They also had valuable opportunities to collaborate with young leaders who were making an incredible impact in their respective fields. They explored the reasons why change is necessary, the barriers that stand in the way, and solutions-based recommendations. Each topic was inspired by young people. These were some of the topics they discussed. Climate change, in particular, the structures of governance that were preventing action, the psychology of the climate crisis, and the socio-economic disproportionate spread of its effects and the disparities in infrastructure and health resources. They also talked about education inequality, in particular, the inequality between public and private schools and their funding, as well as the lack of resources in remote areas and Indigenous communities. They also talked about reconciliation between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and non-Indigenous people. In particular, limited acknowledgement of historical injustices in media and the school curriculum, the passive enabling of prejudiced attitudes, and the lack of recognition of the failures in the justice system and the lack of connection to culture. There was also discussions about the housing crisis and the rapid price increase and the impact of generational inequality and the removal of housing stock for short-term rental affordability. They also talked about artificial intelligence. AIR is UGLY, ugly, and as another student explained, it has no soul. They also talked about mental health challenges. As this generation facing some really challenging issues, they are concerned and want to see changes. I want to thank Emily, Masara, Denzel, Jan and Jemima and Molly for their impact of leading some incredibly complex discussions. They were fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is with immense pride and excitement that I stand here today to congratulate the mighty Penrith Panthers on their remarkable achievement in winning their 4th consecutive NRL grand title. We're talking about the 4-peat dream team here. And Ivan Cleary led the team captained by Isaiah Yeo and Nathan Cleary, and they're the first team in 6 decades to achieve this. What an extraordinary feat for our team, what a special moment for our entire community. The day started early with around 3,500 fans and more than 1,000 vehicles meeting at Jemison Park for a car convoy travelling through the streets of Penrith. It was fantastic to see so many families decorate their cars, their kids and even their dogs in their finest Panthers gear to show their team our whole community's support. After the grand final win, the party continued well into the early hours as fans filled the Panthers Leagues Club and surrounding streets to celebrate. This victory is not just a testament to the hard work, dedication and talent of the players, the coaches and staff of the Panthers, but also a reflection of the spirit of the Penrith community. The significance of this victory goes beyond the scoreboard. It represents hard work, perseverance and the rewards that come from working together towards a shared goal. The Panthers' journey to this grand final serves as a powerful lesson for young people in our community. It shows them that with discipline, hard work and teamwork, dreams can be turned into reality. Our Panthers are role models for the next generation, and their success will undoubtedly inspire young people right across Penrith and beyond. It's not just about being a great athlete, it's about the values they exemplify as a team. And when young people see the Panthers succeed, they see that anything is possible when you put in the effort. This impact is immeasurable. I'd like to highlight the positive influence this victory has on promoting healthy, active lifestyles for kids in our community. Sport plays a crucial role in the development of young people, teaching them teamwork, leadership and responsibility. The Panthers' win will spark even greater enthusiasm for rugby league, encouraging more kids to get outside, stay active and engage. Having a strong, successful local team inspires our kids to get involved, stay physically active, helping build healthy habits that will benefit them throughout their lives. Whether they dream of playing the NRL one day or just running around with their friends, our children are learning that physical fitness and perseverance are key to both personal and community success. And as we celebrate the Panthers' victory, let's also celebrate the lasting impact this has on our community's future, motivating the next generation, participating in sport, contributing to our community. Once again, congratulations to the Penrith Panthers on this incredible achievement. You've made history. We couldn't be more proud. Here's to many more victories to come.
Thank you. The member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. When I was elected to Parliament earlier this year, I spoke in my first speech about my passion for supporting young people. Due to my experiences as a mum of an 18-year-old son and as a youth worker in Frankston some years back, I am committed to supporting young people in the Dunkley community to have a future. In my 7 months as the member for Dunkley, I have met with young people and visited programs and services that help them. Services like the Brotherhood of St Lawrence, who opened the Thrive Hub in Frankston to meet the unique needs of individuals from one place, combining access to employment and training opportunities and connection to mental health, drug and alcohol and homelessness services. Other critical services include the Salvation Army Youth Service. Last week, I attended a session where young people were finishing an incredible mural of native animals, a creative project to engage young people, giving them meaning and purpose. A key strategy for supporting young people is also about hearing directly from them, hearing their voice. I will now share a speech from Chris, a student from the Woodley School in Dunkley, who was selected through the Raise Our Voice program. Dear Parliament, my name is Chris. I am 12 years old. I am from Dunkley and I attend Woodley School. We need to help save animals, native animals. There are cats, dogs and birds killing native animals and their precious ecosystems. Hunting cats kill more than 3 animals every week. On average, over a year, each roaming and hunting pet cat in Australia kills 186 animals. This number includes 110 native animals, reptiles, birds and mammals. These are just some of the numbers. This needs to change. These animals can't help it, but if we have more facilities, we can stop this problem by making more pounds, aviaries, and changing regulations around releasing and keeping these animals. We need more facilities in Australia, as there are only 370 animal shelters. This may seem a lot, but there are 29 million pets in Australia. Thanks, Chris, for your recommendations. I will continue to meet and connect with you and other young people from Dunkley and bring your voice to light and the issues that you care about, and bring suggestions and recommendations to Parliament to create positive change for young people who are members of the Dunkley community.
Called the member for Maley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have a statement as part of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign from Miley, a student in Mallee. And she says, I envisage a future where every child has the freedom to express themselves authentically and confidently. This vision includes schools where individuality is celebrated and creativity is nurtured. One way we can move toward this future is by re-evaluating the role of school uniforms in our education system. While uniforms are intended to create equality and reduce distractions, they can also suppress students' individuality and self-expression. Imagine a classroom where students are free to choose their attire based on their personal style, preferences and cultural backgrounds. This freedom can foster a sense of belonging and boost self-esteem. leading to a more engaged and motivated student body. The next Parliament has an opportunity to champion this change by supporting policies that allow schools the flexibility to adopt dress codes that embrace individuality while maintaining a focus on respect and inclusivity. By doing so, we can create an educational environment that not only prepares students for academic success, but also respects and celebrates who they are. Thank you, Miley, for your contribution. Deputy Speaker, today is the first sitting day after the 7th of October, first anniversary of the horrific attacks on Israeli and other civilians by Hamas-backed militants, claiming 1,200 Israeli lives, the most deaths of Jewish people since the Holocaust. And yet, to my horror, there are some people here in Australia who have celebrated the attack, not only immediately in the aftermath, but in protests up to this weekend and today. I attended the Israeli embassy last night for a very moving tribute service for the innocent lives lost. The 7th of October should forever be etched in our memories as a time of mourning, yet activists have turned it into a day of division. After Israel's retaliatory strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon, brazen individuals in Australia raised the Hezbollah banner in solidarity with the listed terrorist organisation in breach of our laws. Not one terrorist sympathiser should remain on a visa in our country. Shamefully, the Labor government, politically stuck between a rock and a Greens place, has lacked leadership and the ticket to stand up to the anti-Semitic sentiment, terrorist sympathisers and their political enablers here and across Australia.
Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to read excerpts from two speeches by young people in the Macquarie electorate for the Raise Our Voice campaign. The first is from Delaney Grimer, a Year 5 student, and I note that I'm sharing this on a day when koala habitat is being destroyed in the Hawkesbury, to the dismay of many in the community. And Delaney writes, "For years now, our environment has been wiped out of some wonderful and unique species such as koalas and platypus. Just recently, we've seen these animals out in the wild, but not like we used to see them. Now you're lucky if you catch a glimpse of one. The black summer bushfires of 2020 wiped out over 75% of the koala habitat in the Hawkesbury, leaving them with little remaining habitat, making them nearly impossible to see in the wild. The little habitat they have left is being devastatingly lost to land clearing and development. There is currently no koala management plan in the Hawkesbury, even though we have one of the most genetically diverse populations of these breathtaking, unique species. These amazing creatures are now classified as endangered. That's why I believe the koala population in the Hawkesbury should be mapped for the first time to protect them and enable us to identify where they are and when they are there. To do this, groups like HEN, the Hawkesbury Environment Network, need funding. Last year, your government, she says, gave $1 million to HEN and Western Sydney University to help protect the Hawkesbury River platypus population by making sure they have a safe, healthy habitat. The future of Hawkesbury's platypus is safe. Let's make sure their iconic buddies, Hawkesbury's koalas, are also safe and protected for future generations to enjoy. If we work together, we could make the Hawkesbury a leader in the protection of our endangered species. So they are Delaney's words, and I was very pleased to deliver that $1 million election commitment for preserving platypus and improving the platypus habitat. The second speech from the Raise Our Voices entrance comes from Katya, and it's of her vision for the Blue Mountains, and Katya is 17. And she writes, "Over the past few years, we've seen dramatic changes in the Blue Mountains. The vibrant streets we once knew are now lined with empty shop fronts, victims of skyrocketing rental prices. Our sense of community has been eroding since COVID and the devastating bushfires. Now we're watching helplessly as long-standing businesses struggle to stay afloat. The challenges are real, but so is our resilience. As I look to the future, I see our towns renewed, not just recovered. In 10 years, I envision a Blue Mountains that reclaims its character, a place where local businesses thrive, where community spirit flourishes, and where young people like me can see a future." And she talks about being balancing our reliance on tourism with new opportunities, and I endorse her comments.
Call the member for Lyne.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to bring to the attention of the House a bicentennial festival that was held at Rowlands Plains, north-west of Port Macquarie. It was one of the earliest agricultural centres of production north of the Sydney Basin in early colonial times. 200 years of families who've lived and worked the area, first in the original sugarcane industry, which was started in the Hastings River and rapidly moved up to the Wilson River and up to Rowlands Plains. Historical mementos from multiple generations and multiple families. Hundreds of people returned from around the country as many people have moved to other places in New South Wales, Queensland, overseas indeed, as well as a lot of old historical memorabilia. The committee put on a wonderful celebration. After that, I had the opportunity of attending the wonderful Old Bar Beach Festival, which gets stronger and stronger every year. The Old Bar Beach Festival is held on the October long weekend, and I would like to congratulate the committee for all their efforts to get together a variety of displays. It's obviously well known for its Combi Festival and restored Combi vans, VW Combis, icon of car design, as well as other many classic cars and small bikes are all assembled. There's literally hundreds of old cars that have been restored amazingly, and the very best of them are on show at the Old Bar Beach Festival. But also there's mega markets, there's fireworks, there's acrobatics. They even had this year a movie festival on the Friday night, including a recent movie about combis and an adventure. There was Herbie, the old Beetle, with the exact replica of the Beetle movie, the Bug movie from the 1960s present as well. And we had the latest electric combi on display as well. Now, this committee has done an amazing job. It's a not-for-profit community group. They all do it for the benefit of people who are car nuts and for the communities that live at Old Bar. West of Taree, on the coast, on the banks of the Manning River, Old Bar has got the nearest beach to this area. So we had people from north and south staying in the district, contributing to the tourism spend, and I'd like to congratulate all the committee members that did the bicentennial and this year's Old Bar Beach Festival. Thank you.
I call the Assistant Minister for Immigration.
Thanks, Speaker. Yesterday I joined members of Sydney's Jewish community in the eastern suburbs to commemorate the first anniversary of the shocking October 7 attacks. Together we paused to reflect on the horrific terrorist atrocity that reverberated around the globe a year ago. October 7 is a day that carries a terrible pain for our Jewish community. Over 1,200 innocent people died. 250 people were taken hostage from their home, 97 of whom remain in tunnels under Gaza today. I unequivocally condemn Hamas's actions on October 7, and we call for the hostages to be released immediately.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings will be suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. call the Assistant Minister in resumption.
We all want an end to the hostilities in the Middle East, but that cannot occur until the hostages are released. We unequivocally condemn all prejudice and hatred and the anti-Semitism that has unfortunately sprung up in Australia in the wake of the atrocity. And that includes, unfortunately, in the community that I represent. Kingsford Smith is home to two synagogues, Coogee Synagogue and Mount Sinai. Coogee has been led by Rabbi Eliezer Gestetner and Rebbitzin Miri Gestetner for over 40 years, the longest serving continuous rabbi in Australia. And the Coogee Shul, known as the Great Little Central Synagogue by the Sea, was founded in 1950 by Holocaust survivors who left the devastation of post-war Europe for a new beginning in our community. And then there's Mount Sinai, again established by Holocaust survivors in Maroubra. And Holocaust survivors are key volunteers at Brene Brith Courage to Care in Kensington, and since 1999 this organisation has been travelling an exhibition inspired by many stories of rescue and courage displayed by non-Jews who saved and helped Jews during the Holocaust. The living historians, survivors from the Holocaust, including Miriam Wise and Ernie Freelander, share their story of their rescue and survival and explain the support that they were given by others. And yet in 2024, we still have cases of anti-Semitism in our country. Jewish parents should not have to send their kids to schools such as Mount Sinai and Maroubra and watch their kids go to school surrounded by security guards and fences. We know that local consequences since the Hamas-led attacks on October 7 have damaged already strained social cohesion here at home. Whatever your view of the Middle East conflict is, don't bring it back here. Don't bring hatred to Australia. We condemn the anti-Semitism that has risen in our society. It must stop. These are acts against our national values. Every Australian deserves to live in peace, free from hatred.
Okay. The Federation Chamber is suspended. The Federation Chamber will resume when the Chair resumed. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. Following that, I should have then said the Federation Chamber is suspended and the Federation Chamber will resume when the Chair is resumed. So I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, next order of the day. the Customs Tariff Amendment, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Expansion Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, let's just call it the agreement, eliminates 98% of tariffs in the Trans-Pacific zone. I'll just grab some water. That materially affects the lives of about 580 million people. And now, on the 15th of December 2024, the United Kingdom will become a member of this partnership. The agreement first came into force on the 30th of December in 2018. And getting countries to agree on the broader issues of trade is, of course, immensely important to us all. Trade is, after all, what makes the world go round, and the world is a complicated place where people have different interests and perspectives. And their interests, perspectives and leaderships change, sometimes very rapidly and in unexpected directions. And successful trade between nations depends on a long-term perspective and quick wits. In fact, that's true of all kinds of trade. Trading partners need to find ways to agree so that they can derive mutual benefits. And in July 2023, the United Kingdom signed an accession protocol. The UK had applied for membership in 2021 after its withdrawal from the EU in 2020. It had already begun exploring membership in 2018, holding informal discussions. And these discussions raised important points, problems and possibilities. At the time, the UK already exported almost $98 billion pounds worth of goods to the agreement member countries. It was already economically involved with them. And this bill amends the Custom Tariffs Act of 1995 to allow the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership to enter into force between Australia and the United Kingdom. And with the timely passage of this bill, we will be able to ratify the protocol to ensure that businesses and consumers can immediately benefit from the UK's accession. With the inclusion of the UK, the agreement will have that material effect on the supply chain across countries as diverse as Brunei, Canada, Chile, Mexico, Malaysia, Peru, Singapore and Vietnam, as well, of course, as Australia and New Zealand. It is a group of nations who have chosen to agree on important matters that affect them all. Together, we carry significant global economic weight with more than 500 million people and a combined GDP of US $14.6 trillion. Any state or separate customs territory can actually join us, provided it commits itself to agreement with our collective standards, rules and objectives, and they are impressive. The agreement speaks of creating new opportunities for workers and businesses and contributing to raising living standards. It speaks of reducing poverty and promoting sustainable growth, and it recognises differences in levels of development and diversity of economies. It means what it says and doesn't shy away from the sensitive subjects or possible areas of disagreement. It specifically affirms, for instance, that state-owned enterprise can play a legitimate role in the diverse economies. But it adds that fair and open trade and investment should not be undermined by the provision of unfair advantages to them. There is no attempt to impose a one-size-fits-all model. The agreement supports the growth and development of micro, small and medium-sized businesses. Healthy economies not only have a space for them all, they are responsive to the possibilities of innovation such businesses do present. The agreement also promotes high levels of environmental protection and declares its support for the protection and enforcement of labour rights and the improvement of working conditions. It promotes transparency, good governance and the rule of law. One of the first requirements and duties of good governance is the elimination of bribery and corruption in trade and investment. Where trade and investment are rigged, economies stand on unsound foundations. Good governance does not mean the enforcement of one set of cultural conceptions over another. The agreement states that trade and investment can expand opportunities to enrich cultural identity and diversity at home and abroad. We can share fundamental principles of essential values and the ideas of human rights without expressing them in exactly the same way. The rule of law does not stand in opposition to diversity. It can and it should protect it. The agreement has an objective of contributing to the harmonious development and expansion of world trade. It sees that as a means of providing a catalyst to broader regional and international cooperation, and I believe that's true. If we develop and expand world trade harmoniously, we are on the way to understanding how to live together with all our differences. And of course, if we can live together, we can cooperate in facing the problems that we share. A little over 50 years ago, the Whitlam government helped to open up the Australian economy to the world. In its 1973 budget, that government implemented a 25% cut in tariffs across the board. All subsequent Australian governments have benefited from the insights of that government and the decisiveness of that leader. Their eyes were set firmly on a better future for Australia, and so are ours. The framers of the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership also believed in addressing the future. They spoke of addressing future trade and investment challenges and opportunities and expanding their partnership by encouraging the ascension of other states or separate customs territories in order to further enhance regional economic integration. Prospective members are advised that they must have a track record of complying with international trade agreements and they need the consensus support of the existing membership. So the UK will indeed become a member on the 15th of December this year. Passing this bill expeditiously will give Australian businesses the opportunity to be among the first to benefit from its inclusion. We already, of course, have a bilateral free trade agreement with the UK, and that agreement brings us strong and positive market outcomes. To this, we will be adding a significant supply chain benefits. Australian manufacturers will be able to use components made in the UK in their production processes, then export the finished goods to other agreement members at preferential tariff rates. And there's a great range of choice for Australian manufacturing in its production processes and greater opportunities for export. Greater ranges of choice and greater opportunities are fundamental to national wellbeing and sustainable futures. The Albanese Labor government wants greater ranges of choice and greater opportunities for Australians of all ages, be they from early childhood to the oldest of all our people. We want it regardless of career paths and choices and people's individual gifts and talents. We want it regardless of location. One part of Australia should not be privileged over another. We want it for all Australians, whether they were born here or choose to make Australia their home. Smart, intelligent trade relationships are fundamental to the future for all of us. The amendments in this bill are needed to finalise Australia's ratification of the protocol on the accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The bill will insert preferential customs duty rates into the Customs Tariffs Act 1995. Those rates will only apply to the originating goods from the UK. The bill will also insert a method for identifying such goods and provisions to restore general rates of duty for certain goods when and if the UK has in place a safeguard provision applying to equivalent Australian goods. In other words, we're ensuring that this is a mature agreement between independent nations which respect each other's positions and interests. It's smart, intelligent, and it works for us all. I commend the bill to this House.
The question is that the bill will be read a second time, and I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the Customs Tariff Amendment, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Expansion
and the Coalition are absolutely delighted with the accession of the United Kingdom to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I will note today in the House we saw former British Prime Minister Liz Truss in the House. She was the Trade Minister for the UK when she and the member for Wannon, Mr Dan Tehan, negotiated the UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement, which has been of great benefit to this country. And of course the UK is a great trading nation. They have a long history of trading around the world and a strong track record of compliance with the trade commitments that all CPTPP members must abide by. The CPTPP is a plurilateral free trade agreement. That's a word I haven't come across previously, but Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that Hansard will confirm that that is actually a word between Australia and Brunei Darussalam, Canada, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, Peru, New Zealand, Singapore and Vietnam. This is one of the world's most comprehensive and ambitious free trades, eliminating 98% of tariffs in a trade zone that represents a combined GDP of US $14.6 trillion and a population of 580 million people. The original agreement was signed on the 8th of March 2018 and entered into force for Australia on the 30th of December 2018. The United Kingdom is the first non-original member and European country to join the CPTPP and is now set to become the 12th member, and entry into force of the agreement is expected to happen in the second half of 2024, and I believe December is the target month. Their addition builds on the foundations of the Australia-UK Free Trade Agreement, which entered into force on the 31st of May 2023. The UK are a welcome addition to a network of countries committed to free and rules-based trade. The accession of the UK will most benefit countries that do not have their own FTA agreement with the UK. Strategic benefits of the UK's greater engagement in the Indian Pacific. The JSCOT received only 3 submissions and they were all supportive. Deputy Speaker, I just want to touch on the Coalition's record on trade, and while acknowledging that most of the free trade agreements have been bipartisan, it was certainly the Coalition that negotiated the bulk of our free trade agreements, and we're very proud of that record in backing Australian businesses to sell their goods and services to the world. We have a long-led ambitious trade agenda, and of 16 free trade agreements signed, 13 of them were entered into force under the Coalition government. 1 in 5 Australian jobs is trade-related, and on average, businesses that export employ more staff, pay higher wages and achieve higher productivity compared to non-exporters. Between 2013 and 2022, the Liberal and National governments finalised 11 trade agreements, including the FTA with the UK and the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement with India. We implemented 9 trade agreements in government, lifting the share of trade covered by FTAs from 27% in 2013 to over 70% by 2022. And this figure lifted to almost 80% when India and the UK FTAs were ratified in 2023. We ratified the Regional Comprehensive and Economic Partnership, the world's largest free trade agreement. The 15 RCEP signatory states account for around 30% of the world's population and GDP. And we signed FTAs with Korea, Japan, China, Hong Kong, Peru and Indonesia, as well as regional agreements across the Indo-Pacific, plus comprehensive agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which we're discussing here today. We've actively supported our exporters to diversify export markets to create jobs, economic activity in regional, rural and remote communities, many of which, of course, are in my electorate of O'Connor, and the rules-based multilateral trade system underpins the global economy and bonds country-to-country relations. Now, Deputy Speaker, moving on from the Customs Tariff Amendment Bill that we're discussing here today, I just want to touch on the Australia-United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which Minister Farrell is in the process of finalising, scheduled to be signed off in mid-October and scheduled to be come into force in mid-2025. Of course, that has the bipartisan support of the coalition, and we certainly congratulate the Minister Farrell and the government on bringing this deal to a close, and also thank our good friends in the United Arab Emirates for their cooperation and assistance in finalising this deal. It is worth $9.96 billion in two-way trade, which is very significant, and the main beneficiaries will be alumina producers and farmers from my electorate once again in Western Australia. So that is a great result, and as I say, I applaud Minister Farrell for his work. There is also $20.6 billion in two-way investment, and that's from the year 2023, which is a very significant investment two ways between our two countries. Less applause for the progress on the Australian Gulf Cooperation Council Free Trade Agreement. That has stalled and has not moved in any particular direction. Recently, that includes the countries of Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Now, Kuwait is important. I visited Kuwait in May of this year, had some very interesting conversations. I visited the Al Mawashi feedlot, abattoirs and showrooms. It was hosted by CEO Osama Badai. Mr Badai showed us their state-of-the-art facilities, their feedlot and abattoir, all SCAS compliant, of course, and as the largest importer of Australian live sheep, they were very concerned, of course, at the trade implications of the impending, at that stage, government ban on the future of the industry. And of course, it's not just sheep that the Kuwaitis import from Australia. We visited the Kuwait flour mills, which Australian grain dominates. There's not a loaf of bread, I think, or a certainly any flour-based product in Kuwait that doesn't contain Australian grain, and the bulk of that grain once again comes out of Western Australia and most probably out of my electorate of O'Connor. So there were great concerns, and the Under-Secretary to the Minister for Commerce and Industry, Mr Zaid Abdullah Al-Najam, met with me, and he expressed his concern about the current government's policy in relation to the import of live sheep for Kuwait. It's a major issue for their country in terms of food security, and of course they were very concerned about that. While I was in Kuwait, I was able to pass on a letter signed by the two largest farm organisations in Western Australia, the WA Farmers Federation and the Pastoralists and Graziers, to the Kuwaiti government, saying they did not support the Australian government's position on live exports, that as the representatives of the West Australian livestock industry, they were keen to continue what had been a long and prosperous relationship between our two countries, and of course that message was well received by the Kuwaitis. However, subsequent to that visit, legislation was passed in this place to restrict that trade, a very important trade to the farmers of Western Australia. So, Deputy Speaker, on that note, I'll conclude that while some progress has been made, and the government has achieved some positive outcomes, particularly in relation to the UAE free trade agreement. In relation to live exports and the greater Gulf Cooperation Council, where most of the countries I listed previously are currently importers of live sheep from Western Australia. And of course Saudi Arabia, which is the largest live sheep export market in the world, only just earlier this year started to receive Australian sheep for the first time since 2011. So there is an enormous opportunity which is potentially going begging in those Gulf countries. The relationships the relationships that we have built up, particularly with Kuwait, over many years of that trade, stand us in very good stead. As I said, they almost exclusively import Australian wheat for their bread making and Australian barley to feed their local livestock. So these important trade relationships are being put at risk by the current government. And certainly, if the coalition is successful at the next election to be held in May of 2025, then we have made it very clear that we'll be reinstating that trade. And I know that the Shadow Minister, who's with us here today, will be leading the charge to visit those Middle Eastern countries, reinstate that trade and rebuild our trade relationships. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to commend the member for O'Connor for his contribution, particularly all of it, but the part there at the end about live sheep export. And I've seen on the Agriculture Committee, serving with him, the work that he has done advocating for his local community, a true fighter for his industry and his community. So I want to commend the member for O'Connor, because trade is such an important part of our country. And for all of our industries, agriculture is a large part of my community in Casey, and trade is key to that. Australia has a population of around 27 million people. We're a small market in the world, and there's a lot of conversation about that small market when you look at supermarkets and the concentration of 67% between Woolworths and Coles. There's a lot we need to do. The risk of divestiture is a key part of that, which the government's not prepared to take strong action on, holding the supermarkets to account. But another opportunity that we must exploit is trade, and that's why this agreement is such great news, because by having strong free trade agreements, we open up the world, we give suppliers, we give farmers, we give our businesses an opportunity to diversify and move away from that reliance on the majors. But one of the key elements of trade that makes Australia such a great market, such a great industry for the world, is the clean, green products that we grow and produce here in Australia. And a key element of that is our biosecurity regime. One issue that my community has, many communities in agriculture in Victoria have, is the risk of fruit fly. Because as I said, we're well known for our high quality foods, we're well known for being pest free, but we're at risk of fruit fly, Queensland fruit fly, coming into our community. And just recently, the Victorian Labor government made a decision to abandon the fruit and vegetable industries across our state, putting many families and many farms at risk in the short term and also the long term. And it is so the reason that they have put the program at risk is that they've decided to defund the program that manages and controls Queensland fruit fly in June of 2025. Now, Queensland fruit fly is a major pest of concern for our trading partners, particularly those where there are specific biosecurity protocols. And Queensland fruit fly, like all other pests and diseases, needs to be effectively managed at the source. If we're not able to do that, if we're not able to control the fruit fly at the source and it gets into regions like the Yarra Valley and out into Shepparton and other parts of Victoria, it puts those export opportunities at risk. It makes the value of free trade agreements and adding the UK to this agreement diminished. We need to protect it, and that is why I'm calling on the Victorian government and the federal government to work with industry to ensure the future management and control of the Queensland fruit fly, to ensure our horticulture industry continues to grow and export our world-class produce. And make no mistake, this is a test for the Federal Agriculture Minister. Is the Minister going to step in and support the fruit industries of Victoria to ensure they stay fruit fly free? Is she going to hold the Victorian Labor government to account? Is she going to look to fill the funding gap that now exists to ensure that our agricultural industries can take advantage of these agreements? This is a test for the minister. Many on our side will be watching closely what action this minister takes. Will she proactively step in, or will she leave it to the Victorian Labor government that have failed the agricultural communities of Casey and of Victoria? And we will hold her to account to see whether she really understands the agriculture industry and the importance of agriculture in our community. Because the importance in Casey is more than just the economic importance. I'm proud to say, Deputy Speaker, that my family made their life in Australia when they came from Italy in 1953 and established a farm in Sylvan in the electorate of Casey. I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have the opportunities I have, not just as the member for Casey, but as a person without farming. My uncle Sam recently sold the farm and got out. He's retired, although farmers never retire. His new house looks just like a farm. But he spent decades as the president of the Victorian Strawberry Growers Association and the National Strawberry Growers Association. He understands, my community understands, this just isn't about farming and economics. This is about community and this is about family. And many Italian families created a life for themselves in the Yarra Valley, particularly through strawberry growing, but many other produce markets. And last week, Deputy Speaker, we gathered at St Patrick's in Lilydale to pay tribute to one of those leaders in our industry who tragically passed away, but he passed away after a life well lived. We paid tribute to Antonio Meluso. Antonio Meluso was born on the 1st of January 1934. Like my family, he arrived in Australia in 1953 and he passed away on the 16th of September 2024. So while there was some sadness as we paid tribute to Antonio, it was a celebration of a life well lived and a life that continues on through his children, through his grandchildren, who I have the honour of knowing and working with his grandchildren, his one grandchild in particular, Paul Meluso, who works in my office. But the Meluso family have made a significant contribution to the community of Casey, the farming community and the wider community. So I want to pay my respects to Antonio Meluso for everything that he has given to our community in Casey, everything he has given to his family and the farmers of our area. And as we gather this weekend on Friday and Saturday at the Wandon Sylvan Field Days, I know many people that were at Antonio's funeral will also be there, and we will make sure we pay tribute to him. Because this Friday and Saturday, it's the 55th annual Wandon Sylvan Field Days. We'll be at the Wandon East Recreation Reserve, which is a wonderful event for locals and farmers to come together. For many in the strawberry industry and the wider fruit industries, it's the last weekend while they're still working that they can have a bit of downtime with their friends before the season actually starts, and it's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, because strawberries and other fruits don't care if it's Christmas Day. When they need to be picked, Deputy Speaker, they need to be picked. So it's that opportunity to get together, but it will also look at farming machinery, technology and industry developments, something there for the whole family as well. My kids love coming down. I'll be there with my team to talk to locals. So if you are there, please come and say hello. Look forward to catching up with many of the farmers of our community, because it is a crucial part of the electorate of Casey. It's a crucial part of my family, but many families in Casey. And that's why we're delighted that the United Kingdom has joined the CPTPP, because the UK are a great trading nation within the rules-based multilateral trade system, and they've got a strong track record of compliance with all other CPTPP members. And this free trade agreement will spread and open the opportunities for Australian farmers, Australian businesses, Australian food producers with the UK. And it builds on the foundations of the Australian-UK Free Trade Agreement, which started on the 31st of May 2023, but was entered into and established under the Coalition. Because the Coalition has a strong, proud record of backing Australian businesses to allow them to sell their goods and services all over the world. And we've had a long, ambitious trade agenda. Of Australia's 16 free trade agreements, of the 16, 13 of those were entered into under the Coalition. And as we know as a trading nation how important it is, as I said at the start, we're a small market with 1 in 5 Australian jobs trade-related. And on average, businesses that export their products employ more staff, they pay higher wages, and they achieve higher productivity compared to non-exporters. And they also have that amazing opportunity to diversify away from the small market, the duopolies in the supermarkets, many other small market players. Exporting allows them to build diversification into their business and secure their financial future. And between 2013 and 2022, the Coalition finalised 11 free trade agreements, including the FTA with the UK and the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement with India. Those 9 agreements lifted the share of trade covered by FTAs from 27% in 2013 to over 70%. If you include India and the UK, that takes us to 80%. And it's a tribute to that government, what they were able to achieve, long-lasting economic opportunities for Australia. And it shows Australia's standing in the world. You look at these free trade agreements, you look at the AUKUS agreement, Quad, many other global agreements established and maintained under the Coalition, shows the standing that Australia has in the world. We ratified the Regional Comprehensive and Economic Partnership, the world's largest free trade agreement. The 15 signatories account for around 30% of the world's population and GDP. And as I've said, we've actively supported our exporters to diversify export markets and create jobs and economic activity in regional, rural and remote communities. And while I've spoken, as I finish up, Deputy Speaker, about the importance of trade and free trade agreements, let's be very, very clear. We should never enter into a free trade agreement for the sake of saying we have done so. The conditions that we agree to have to be in Australia's interest, have to be in the interest of our farmers and our businesses. And I talk not exclusively, but specifically to geographic indicators. And I'm going to talk specifically about the issue of Prosecco. And I had many in my community and many in the King Valley reach out to me, devastated and outraged about the threat that they were under from Prosecco being included in the European Free Trade Agreement. And we lobbied as an opposition, I lobbied personally the Minister for Trade to not do that agreement if it included GIs, geographic indicators, that had the challenges, that put challenges to our industry, but also created a precedent that would continue to cascade for generations to come. And I want to pay tribute in a genuine and bipartisan way to the Minister for Trade for standing strong in those negotiations to make sure we didn't sign that agreement, because it wasn't in the best interest of our country. It wasn't in the best interest of the wineries of the Yarra Valley or the King Valley or any winery across our country or any agricultural product within our country, because of the precedent it would set. So while we must always look to expand our trade opportunities as a country, we should only ever do so on the proviso that it is in our best interest. We cannot afford to sell our farmers out for the sake of a free trade agreement. We didn't do it at this time, and I will continue every day that I'm in this House and in this role and free trade agreements come up. I'll make sure that geographic indicators are an issue that are given the scrutiny they deserve, because they can have such significant ramifications in the short and long term for our community. So I'm glad we have added the UK to this agreement. Trade is the lifeblood of so many businesses in our country. We need to continue to do more, and I'll make sure I'm always backing great trade opportunities for Australia and for Casey, as long as it's on our terms and we benefit.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I join my colleague, member for Casey, and other coalition speakers in welcoming this legislation, obviously indicating our support for it, and I suppose also welcoming the United Kingdom to the world of having sovereignty over their own trade policy, because indeed it has only become an option for them in the last few years since they left the European common market to make decisions like entering the TPP framework. And going back to Teddy Heath and the 1973, from memory, decision to enter the European common market was a really dark day for the Commonwealth of Nations, and particularly for this great country and the relationship, the economic relationship that we had with the United Kingdom. And many Australians, particularly Australian businesses, saw that decision of the United Kingdom as one that saw them turning their backs on Commonwealth nations like Australia that had a very deep, intertwined economic relationship with the UK until that point. My grandfather was the general manager of Mount Isa Mines, and in the 50s and 60s and 70s, Australian companies, particularly mining companies, transacted all of their sales through London. The London Metals Exchange was where Australians sold copper to the Japanese and so on and so forth. We were very interlinked with London, and whilst we're happy to have the economic independence that we have today, it was disappointing to see the UK market closed off to so many Australian producers through their decision to enter that European common market. And what that has been for decades is a complete protection racket for poor quality producers against efficient producers like Australia. And so for decades and decades and decades, Australian produce, particularly agricultural produce, struggled to compete in the European market, including in the United Kingdom, because it wasn't a level playing field. Because the protectionism, the tariff situation, the subsidy situation, the rationing of production, all of the various instruments that were available under that common agricultural policy to all members of the European economic community, which became the EU and still operates to this day as a common market, conspired against Australian producers. And then, of course, we had the situation where these trade wars would start to occur between North America and Europe. And it was a race to who could protect each other's industries the most. And Australia often got deeply caught in the crossfire of that and majorly impacted in the crossfire of that. And to be fair, governments of the Labor persuasion, like the Hawke government, really called that out quite effectively. And the formation of the Cairns Group, which Australia led, of course, being called the Cairns Group, a group of like-minded nations that wanted to see trade liberalisation and see things like the TPP come into fruition, but more importantly than that, see the World Trade Organisation come into its establishment, which of course happened with the Uruguay round from 87 to 93 or 94, the signing of the GATT 94, and of course in 1995 the WTO finally came into existence, superseding the GATT 47 regime that had been relatively ineffective in achieving what everyone wanted it to, or particularly what Australia wanted it to, which was a fair and even playing field for the free trade of goods. And this country has never been frightened of competing out there in a free, deregulated global marketplace. In fact, we know as a nation of, I think we're about to tick up to 27 million people in population, we are a comparatively small country with great abundance and the ability to produce certain commodities in particular in dramatic surplus to our domestic needs. And that means that we need export markets and the opportunity of selling what we produce here, not just to ourselves, but to any nation around the world that wants to trade with us. And we've agreed that the reciprocity of that means us equally not protecting industries in our country that might struggle to compete on a level playing field with others. Now, this really, the breakdown of that protected trade tariff structure that commenced in the 80s had some collateral damage and had some challenges to certain sectors in this country. And I worked in one of them myself, in the textile sector. We lost an enormous amount of textile manufacturing here in this country because as soon as the tariff walls fell, that obviously meant that countries with a comparative advantage in textile manufacturing, which in particular, regrettably, is the cost of labour, were able to easily compete and provide the same goods at a lower cost than Australian manufacturing here. But we recognised, particularly the Hawke-Keating government recognised, that the trade-off was going to increase the wealth of this country, because whilst we wouldn't sew together as many T-shirts as we had in the past, we might not, unfortunately, have the scale in our economy to maintain an unprotected white goods sector, for example, and we've even lost the car industry in the decades since, that the economic dividend of free trade would still mean that Australians would be wealthier. And that has proved to be absolutely 100% true. And the economy that we're in right now and the strength of our economy and the abundance that we have in this nation is thanks to free trade and not being fearful of competition but embracing it. And so this legislation that we have before us provides an opportunity to, or for us to make the changes in our domestic legislation that we need to accommodate the United Kingdom joining the TPP. And some might wonder at the United Kingdom joining a Pacific Trade Forum, but it's always been the principle of the TPP that where people seek to join it who are prepared to sign up to the framework that the TPP has in place, then absolutely anyone is welcome. And it's regrettable, frankly, that there aren't more people in the TPP than there currently are. It's regrettable that there are parts of the world, particularly in our great friend the United States, that in their politics, both Democrats and Republicans have really shifted quite a bit from what their attitudes were to free and open markets in the years and decades gone by. And both sides of politics in the United States have gone down a path of embracing increased protectionism. And we, thankfully, in this country, have not had the same intent or inclination from our political discourse. Quite the reverse. I think there, hopefully, is a consensus amongst the major parties in our national politics that free trade and open markets have been an overwhelmingly good thing for Australian industry, Australian jobs and Australian wealth. And in particular in our resources sector and in our agricultural sector. We are one of the few nations on the planet that have a trade surplus with China. It is quite remarkable, quite remarkable. There are hardly any countries that can say they have a trade surplus with China, and we have an enormous one with China. And that's in an environment where we import a lot of product from China. But so immense and so significant are our exports to China that they dramatically outweigh what we buy from China. And that's an overwhelmingly good thing. And we've had strong trade surpluses for a long, long time now, particularly under the previous coalition government that have endured through so far under this government. And trade surpluses clearly, obviously, patently provide a dramatic uplift of wealth to our nation because we're selling more product to other markets than we're purchasing into our economy from other markets. So the wealth of this nation is dramatically served by us embracing and achieving the dividend of free open markets. So this bill welcomes the United Kingdom into the TPP, and it doesn't have a dramatic impact on our economic relationship with the United Kingdom because, of course, we have the free trade agreement directly with them, but it brings them into this community, this vehicle being the TPP, that is a big opportunity to continue to have its membership expanded. And it would be great to have other genuine membership candidates come into the TPP, membership candidates that understand and respect and want to embrace the principles of the TPP. And it would also be good, I might indulge in my final few remarks, to see the World Trade Organisation process and the next round of negotiations have some life breathed back into them, because it's very disappointing that so many, or we haven't really had any significant progress when it comes to the WTO rules and framework and further liberalisation of the multilateral system since the Uruguay round. There's really not been that significant progress that we would have hoped would have happened in the intervening 30 years since the WTO came into existence with the successful conclusion of Uruguay. And there's been some unsuccessful rounds and unsuccessful attempts to see further liberalisation of trade. But we in Australia are consistent and have a very strong record of always seeking and embracing opportunities in good faith to engage in trade liberalisation. We know that it's good for the wealth of this nation. We know that free trade and open markets and open economies, of course, also provide a great collateral benefit of peace, because when we're trading with each other and when we're integrated from an economic point of view, there is dramatically less incentive for conflict. So many conflicts were caused because of protected markets and because of a lack of free, open interaction economically between nations, and we know that trade liberalisation will achieve the reverse impact there. So I welcome the entry of the United Kingdom. I commend them for joining the TPP. I hope there are other opportunities for similar bills to be brought to us when other good faith negotiations or applications to be in the TPP progress to this stage. And with those comments, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
And I echo the fine words by the member for Sturt, who, as he explained, is very much across these issues and the importance generally of trade. And I'm glad we also have in the chamber, as I rise to speak on the Customs Tariff Amendment, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Expansion Bill 2024, the member for Hinkler, who between 19 July 2016 and 20 December 2017 was an Assistant Trade Minister, the Assistant Trade Minister indeed, following on from the former member for Moncrieff, Stephen Shobo. And in his time, he worked hard on negotiations for RCEP. He was involved heavily in what was a year of tourism with China, our largest trading partner. He did a lot of negotiations in the Pacific, in Tonga and elsewhere, and I commend him for the work that he did in that trade role. Of course, we had former member for Cowper, Luke Hartziger, also follow on in that role, and the current member for Parkes as an Assistant Trade Minister. But also I want to acknowledge the efforts whilst we're in coalition between 2013 and 2022 of former member for Goldstein, Andrew Robb, I mentioned the former member for Moncrieff, Stephen Chabot, before, but Senator Simon Birmingham and the current member for Wannon in particular. And trade is important. And during our term in office, when we concluded, 71.3% of trade and exports were covered by free trade agreements. Now, when we took office in 2013, that number was around a quarter, 25%. When we left office, it was nearly 3/4. And what does that mean? Well, if you believe in the concept that around 1 in 5 jobs in Australia is dependent on trade, it's probably more likely 1 in 4. It underpins the Australian economy. And I know the Treasurer, the member for Rankin, in his budget last year couldn't bring himself to talk about coal and iron ore and those wonderful mining exports. He just talked about the things we sell overseas. But it's critical that we do acknowledge what those exports have done and helped us to reach budget surplus twice. And the high price that is being paid globally for iron ore and coal in particular has helped us reach budget surplus twice. Very little to do with the member for Rankin and Labor's policies, but a lot to do with what we do in regional areas. And noting today that former British Prime Minister, albeit briefly, in her term of office, Liz Truss, was on the floor of the Parliament, and I certainly went over and welcomed her. I felt sorry for her actually while she was Prime Minister. I think she got the raw end of the pineapple, but it's very much Australian colloquialism. But coming into a difficult time and received no help from some of her colleagues. But and she, to be fair, worked with member for Wannon, but then Trade Minister Tehan to work through trade relations with Australia before she took over the High Office at number 10 Downing Street. But whilst we're in office too, it's important to note that 1,213 major transport projects supported 100,000 jobs. 100,000 jobs which were also underpinned largely by trade. And if you have the right road networks and rail support systems and ports, seaports, and obviously we invested heavily in airports as well. If you have the right infrastructure, you can boost trade. And any self-respecting member, and every certainly regional member, knows that only too well, because it's regional areas which during COVID and before COVID and post-COVID, not that we're out of the woods yet by any means, but they have supported our trade, our balance of payments, and this is what this bill is about. And when you think about the more than 1,200 mobile black spot base stations funded by the former coalition government, also critical on trade. And why it's critical on trade is because with the deregulation of particularly the wheat industry, with so many farmers now reliant on making their own trade deals, making their own market deals, they need good mobile phone coverage, and they got it, and we're certainly working on improving access for our farmers to markets all around the world. And this particular legislation, the opposition is supportive of. We understand that this involves a plurilateral free trade arrangement between Australia, Brunei Darussalam, Canada, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, Peru, New Zealand, Singapore and Vietnam. Now, the agreement was signed on the 8th of March 2018, back when we were in government, and entered into force for Australia on the 30th of December 2018. Our relations in the Pacific and our wider trade agreements have never been more critical. Never been more critical than right now, because this agreement, we appreciate as coalition members, as members who understand trade, as members who've fostered trade, as members who want to see more trade with more partners. It's one of the world's most comprehensive and ambitious trade agreements. It eliminates all but 2% of tariffs in a trade zone, which represents a combined GDP of $14.6 trillion and a population of 580 million people, and that is a lot of people. And we are absolutely delighted with the accession of the United Kingdom to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP. The UK, as the member for Sturt outlined, has always been, a great trading nation. It started back in the late 1700s. Indeed, with the rules-based multilateral trade system, obviously having a big say on this, the UK possesses a strong track record of compliance with trade commitments that all CPTPP members must have in place. Now, the UK is the first non-original member of this arrangement and European country to join the CPTPP and is now set to become the 12th member, and we welcome that. Australia once traded on the back of our sheep, our wool, our sheep meat. We very much largely were riding on our luck, our fortune rode on the back of a sheep. That is not the case anymore, although our sheep farmers are very important to us, and certainly as the member for Riverina, I know that full well. I am disappointed about the ban, whilst I talk about sheep, of the live sheep export trade, because I think that sends a very bad message to the Gulf states, to the Middle East about trade. It does. The phasing out of that up to 2028, I think, is a bad move, and it will be reversed when next we get into government. Hopefully that will be, if not later this year, certain feeling in the air today, next year maybe. And I hear the little laugh from the member for Hasluck over there. You can sense there's something in the offing. I think Labor are clearing the decks, and hopefully the voters will clear the decks at the next election. But as I say, the UK's edition builds on the foundations of the Australia-UK Free Trade Agreement, which entered into force on the 31st of May 2023. And I want to pay a special tribute to Member for Wannon for the negotiations that he did with Ms Truss and others to bring about stronger trade relations with the UK. When I say stronger, they've always been strong, but he enhanced them. He further developed them. And this arrangement that this bill helps to enter into and puts Australia's seal on it will enhance the UK's engagement in the Indo-Pacific in support of shared prosperity, security and regional stability. And the Trans-Pacific area is very volatile at the moment. The geopolitics are very important that we get the balance right, and we are. And when we talk of the Pacific, I would like to think that Australia speaks as one. I've been to Pacific areas with the Foreign Minister, Senator Wong, with the Pacific Minister, and certainly with Senator Birmingham, to ensure that the Pacific Islands know, as the Prime Minister has put many times, that we are their first nation of choice. We are their preferred partner. And I don't agree with everything the Prime Minister ever utters, but I do agree with him very much on that score. The UK is a welcome addition to a network of countries committed to free and rules-based trade. And that sentence in itself is very important. Free and rules-based trade, because not everybody always plays by the rules. And I know we have the World Trade Organisation that is very much there as the referee or umpire, but Australia always plays by the rules. We always do. As the member for Sturt said, and as the member for Hinkler knows, we produce the finest quality food and fibre, and we do expect to be treated when we sell our wares overseas in a free and rules-based order. We do. And when we don't, we will complain. We will take action, and because Australia deserves no less. And as I say, we as Liberals and Nationals had a very, very proud track record of backing Australian farmers, backing Australian businesses, backing Australian miners to be able to sell to the world. Because we've always been a trading nation. We have been in the past, we are now, and we will certainly be that in the future, irrespective of whatever policies are put in place by those opposite to potentially shut down a lot of our mining interests. We, as a government, had an ambitious trade agenda of Australia's 16 free trade agreements in place at the moment. 13, all but 3, entered into force under coalition governments. 13 out of 16. And that was due to the hard work of the member for Hinkler behind me and those others I mentioned. 1 in 5, as I said, Australian jobs trade-related. I'd almost say that's higher. I'd almost say that's higher. And on average, businesses exporting, they employ more staff, they pay higher wages, and they achieve higher productivity compared to those which are just domestic suppliers, those who are which are non-exporters. Now, between 2013 and 2022, the coalition government finalised 11 trade agreements, including the FTA with the UK and the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement with India. And they weren't easy to do. You would think that the UK would almost be a tick and flick, but indeed, the Australia deal, finalised when it was finalised, was described as one of Ms Truss's aides as the hardest thing she's ever got through. That's according to Wikipedia, and of course Wikipedia is always right, but it would be accurate on that score. And I know, having spoken to the member for Wannon, it wasn't easy, it wasn't straightforward, but it was achieved. And it was achieved because of the good work of the coalition. It was achieved because the world knows that we produce the best food and fibre anywhere. We implemented 9 trade agreements in government, lifting the share of trade, as I say, from, I said a quarter, figures 27% in 2013 to more than 70%. And when you take into account India and the UK FTAs, that takes it above 80%. So we had a good track record. I'm very supportive of whatever Labor can do to build on that. Indeed, that is why this bill is important. It's important as a representation to our farmers that the government supports them, because on many issues, unfortunately, they've shown by their policies that they don't.
I thank the member for his contribution, and I call the member for Boothby.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for a later hour, tomorrow.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate, resumption of debate on the question that grievances be noted.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The housing crisis currently affecting millions of people across Australia is not new. It has been brewing for decades. It is a direct result of policy failure, poor planning and neglect by successive governments. It's extraordinary that in one of the least populated countries in the world, we have some of the world's most expensive housing. For too long, housing has been treated as a commodity, just as something to be bought or sold for profit, rather than as a basic human right. This approach has left many Australians without access to secure, affordable, stable housing.
The consequences of this crisis are devastating. Rising homelessness, housing stress, and entire generations shut out of home ownership. Property speculation and a market-oriented approach to housing have driven prices to record highs, while wages have failed to keep pace. Young people, low-income earners and older single women are among those disproportionately impacted, with many facing the very real prospect of never being able to own their own home and struggling to find a rental that they can afford. At the heart of the housing crisis is a critical shortage of supply. Australia has one of the lowest rates of housing stock per capita in the developed world. This government has a target to build 1.2 million new homes by 2030, but at the current pace of construction, we're not going to get anywhere near that mark. Over the years, we've seen a raft of bad Band-Aid solutions floated to address the issue. Policies like suggesting that young people raise their superannuation to put together a deposit. That will just increase the competition for entry-level homes, it'll put up house prices, and it will help only investors. Governments are entrenching intergenerational inequity by expecting young people to bear the brunt of the housing crisis. The reality is that the market, left to its own devices, cannot and will not meet the housing needs of all Australians. We need federal, state and local government to see this as the crisis that it is and to work on it together. We need a housing accord with more forward planning and cooperation, less arguing and politicking. Social and public housing is essential to solving the housing crisis. Unlike the profit-driven private market, it provides stable, affordable homes for vulnerable Australians, including low-income earners, older adults, people with disabilities and those who are fleeing domestic violence. Increased investment in social and public housing would also develop and deliver cost-effective economic benefits via job creation and via increased productivity. People in stable housing are healthier. They are able to participate more in the workforce and they're less reliant on public services. Right now, more than 100,000 Australians are on social housing wait lists. But that's an underestimation because we know many don't even bother to apply. They know that the wait list is just too long. Meanwhile, the private rental market continues to fail those who rely on it. Rental vacancies are at historic lows. Rents have risen dramatically, which has put in pressure on renters who are already struggling with the cost of living. Far too many people are putting too much of their income into rent. They're in rental stress, and they're at constant risk of eviction. It's time that we increase the stock of social and public housing in Australia. This shouldn't be seen just as a short-term fix. It should be seen as a long-term investment in the health and the well-being of our country. Building more public housing will reduce homelessness. It will alleviate pressure on the private rental market. It will also ensure that essential workers, nurses, teachers, aged care workers, childcare workers can live near their places of work without being priced out of the market. In addition to the increasing number of public housing units that we need, we also need to improve the condition of existing social housing stock. Much of Australia's public housing is in dire need of maintenance and upgrades. Investment in refurbishment of these homes will give tenants a better quality of life while also making that housing more energy efficient and sustainable. There are clear solutions to this crisis. The federal government's recent commitment to the Housing Australia Future Fund was only just a small step in the right direction. We need a bolder and more ambitious plan to significantly expand the availability of housing in this country. This could include working with state and local governments to identify suitable land for new developments and then offering incentives to build well-designed affordable homes in areas of high demand. A perfect opportunity lies in the 2.5 hectares of Crown land at the former Vic Road site in Kew in my electorate of Kooyong. This disused site is ideally suited for a sustainable, high-quality development, but the Victorian State Government has not yet committed to mandating a significant proportion of social and affordable housing in that development. Secondly, we need to implement policies that discourage property speculation, empty homes and land banking. We just can't have developers sitting on approvals for housing projects waiting for prices to rise, while Australians are struggling to find homes. As many as 15% of homes in many suburbs are empty. Vacant properties and unused developmental sites could be put to use immediately to alleviate the critical housing shortage. But thirdly, that government should consider innovative approaches to housing policy. For example, extending tax incentives to build-to-rent projects, which could increase the availability of affordable rental housing. Similarly, encouraging private investors to partner with community housing providers, which will then help deliver more homes for those who are in need. We need that development to be done right, transparently and with input from communities. Again, residents in my electorate of Kooyong have recently expressed real apprehension about the state government's plan to construct as many as 10,000 additional homes within the Camberwell Junction and Camberwell Junction Activity Centre. Those residents have voiced very appropriate concerns about the potential impact on local community, on heritage, on infrastructure, on services, on green spaces and on amenity. Residents in my part of the world understand that Camberwell potentially offers a really appropriate suite of infrastructure, amenity and services, and it could well support additional housing. And they overwhelmingly agree on the need for additional social, affordable and public housing in our community. There's considerable concern within Kooyong about the lack of housing for poor, low-income households in the state government's plans for development of the Camberwell Junction area. We have been given no assurance that a significant proportion of the proposed dwellings will be affordable, and the recent changes to the local building codes that have been put through by the state government, without transparency, raise significant concerns about the potential for mass production of poorly designed, unsustainable units built for rapid sale by developers, not for long-term owner-occupiers. Given the very significant land, labour and material costs and the existing skill shortages in the building industry, social and affordable housing could be provided in this and in adjacent suburbs, but only with significant government subsidies. Residents in my suburbs of Camberwell, Kew, Hawthorn, Canterbury, East Hawthorn, all of the areas affected by this potential development, feel that we need a significant and genuine commitment to the inclusion of affordable housing by the state government. We don't want a token gesture of insignificant proportions. The Victorian government had a real opportunity on this occasion to involve local communities in the journey towards greater density and diversification of housing options in our community. But this was an opportunity that it failed to pursue. It failed to consult the community and is now experiencing significant backlash and a loss of social licence. Deputy Speaker, the major parties have failed to plan for Australia's housing needs, and now a whole generation of Australians is losing hope of ever being able to afford their own home. This is not just a matter of policy, it is a matter of fairness and of justice. Everyone deserves the dignity of safe, secure and affordable housing. Australians know that the housing crisis can only be addressed by sweeping reform, not by band-aid solutions. Every policy lever needs to be pulled, including government investment in public and social housing, addressing skilled labour shortages in the construction trades, reducing disincentives for downsizing, solving the problems of vacant properties and land banking, and building more homes in areas close to public transport, jobs and schools. The political parties, the major parties, need to stop tinkering on the margins of this problem and bickering for political points. They need to get on with the job of making housing affordable for all Australians.
And I thank the member for Kooyong for their contribution. The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Australia has one of the most concentrated grocery markets in the world. The duopoly of Coles and Woolworths account for 70% of all supermarket sales in Australia. And Australian consumers and producers know that they've gotten a bad deal. The move by the ACCC to launch legal proceedings against both Coles and Woolworths, alleging breaches of the consumer law, paints a picture of some of the dodgy practices the supermarket duopoly may have used. People feel angry, and I think they have every right to. If these allegations are true, It's incredibly disappointing to see how Coles and Woolworths have conned consumers into thinking items were on sale when they weren't. At the same time as they have been making consumers pay more, they have driven down prices for Australian producers. The duopoly of Coles and Woolworths is not a recent phenomenon. They've had significant market share now for decades. While the Coalition were in government for almost a decade, they did little to alleviate this duopoly squeeze that has been happening to households and producers. But what are we doing about it? The Albanese Labor government is doing something to stop the squeeze on Australian consumers and producers. We've released a draft new legislation to tighten regulations and a draft mandatory code of conduct, essentially the rule books by which these supermarkets have to play by. What we inherited from the former government was a toothless and ineffective voluntary code of conduct. Under the voluntary code, supermarkets were able to appoint their own arbiters, so you question their independence. Supermarkets could opt out of some provisions of the code by overriding them in their grocery supply agreements. There was very little recourse for retributive actions taken by supermarkets against producers. So you can imagine if you're an apple grower in Bilpin, New South Wales, and one of the major supermarkets breached the code of conduct, the voluntary code of conduct, it's very unlikely that you would make a complaint, because who else are you going to be able to sell your apples to? And we know that this voluntary code of conduct was ineffective because there were only 5 complaints made by suppliers in 4 years, from 2021 to 2024. However, under the mandatory code of conduct that we are proposing, it will be binding on all supermarkets with annual revenues exceeding $5 billion. So that will include Coles, Woolworths, Aldi and Metcash. There will be a minimum standard that cannot be contracted out in grocery supply agreements. And it will contain, and this is an important point, provisions to guard against retribution against suppliers. So if you're an Australian producer getting a bad deal, you can make a complaint and know that the supermarkets won't be able to retaliate. There will be a direct and confidential complaint mechanism to the ACCC. And importantly, strong financial penalties. Under the voluntary code, it was penalties in the thousands, little more than a slap on the wrist. What we are proposing, penalties of $10 million per incident or 10% of turnover. We're also implementing the recommendations of the review of the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. We have funded Choice to monitor grocery prices. We have directed the ACCC to conduct a wide-ranging inquiry into the supermarket sector. So the contrast is clear. While the Coalition did nothing for 9 years, they are now dramatically overcorrecting, with a senior Coalition member, Nationals Senator Bridget McKenzie, saying that supermarkets should be forced to divest themselves, which would only make the problem worse. If one supermarket was forced to divest, the only likely buyer in the market would be the other major supermarket, therefore providing a greater concentration of market power here. It's a populist notion that will make the situation worse. Supermarkets need to do the right thing by Australians, and the Albanese government is committed to improving the food and grocery sector so it works for families and farmers. While the coalitions have sat on their hands about the cost of living and trying to alleviate that for my constituents, both the Greens and the Coalition are now actively preventing the Labor government from getting 40,000 more people into homes during a housing crisis under our proposed shared equity scheme. Today, the Albanese government brought back into Parliament our bill to make it easier for low and middle income Aussies to buy their own home. Labor has a simple belief that ordinary Australians should be able to own their own home. The Coalition, on the other hand, doesn't see a role for government in helping Australians into homes. They would rather stay at arm's length and wait for an entirely market-based solution to materialise. The Greens, on the other hand, seem to oppose people owning homes altogether, and they appear to want to build homes everywhere else except in their own electorates, with Greens members at the council, state and federal levels coming out in vocal opposition to new homes being built in their local areas. The Greens are the ultimate NIMBYs, and they are making a lot of noise about making homes more affordable, but it all adds up to a lot of nothing. Because for the Greens, the grievance of nothing is always better than the practical solution of something. And the Help to Buy scheme isn't everything. It's not going to solve the housing crisis, but it is a part of the solution. We've had a number of attempts to reach agreement with the Coalition and Greens to help people who need it the most. But the truth is, the Greens in particular don't want to see this bill pass Parliament. Every time they've had a chance to help renters or potential buyers, they have rejected it. They'd prefer to have a fight because it suits them politically. My parents were able to buy a home within 5 years of arriving in this country. They live in that same house today, and it was the foundation that allowed my family to thrive here. That foundation ought to be made available to all Australians, but unfortunately it is not. It is getting harder for so many to put a roof over their heads. I'm proud of the work the Albanese Labor government has done to increase housing supply. In the last budget alone, we provided more funding to build homes than the Coalition government did in their entire 9 years of power. The contrast there could not be more stark. We provided more funding in the last budget alone than the Coalition were able to do in their entire 9 years in power. Housing affordability is at a genuine crisis point, and we must find solutions to ensure all Australians have a place to call home. We should support planning reforms and strengthening the rights of renters. But the real answer to improving housing affordability is supply. Building more homes of any type, market or non-market. The government stepping in to build homes, the private sector stepping in to build homes, it should all be part of the mix. So it is incredibly frustrating when the Greens, the Liberals and the Nats join up in the Senate to block the legislation we've put forward to reduce the cost of housing for our most vulnerable homeowners. So my message to the Liberals, the Nats and the Greens is to back the Help to Buy bill, because 40,000 Australians can't afford to wait while you play politics with their future.
And I thank the member for Reid. The question before the Federation Chamber is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you've been around this place for a while, and I know you're a member of Parliament that would be in tune with your community. We have the pleasure here of the member for Hinkler as well here in the chamber. I know he's very much in tune with the constituents and the people in his community as well. And I know that you're hearing, member for Hinkler's hearing, I'm hearing, Deputy Speaker, that issue number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get the idea. I could keep going. The issue 1 to 10 and on is cost of living, Deputy Speaker. We have families who are really, really doing it tough. Really worried every day about their family budget, worried every day about how much money have they got to spend on food for their family, for their children, worried can they afford to send their children on an excursion, worried have they got enough money to put petrol in the car for where they need to go this week, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Now, Deputy Speaker, the disappointing thing about this is this government is a bit late to the party that this is an issue, right? The average family, and I say this to people in the community, I think sometimes the people under pressure believe me, but sometimes you'll talk to members of the press especially, and you'll say, look, the average family is about $35,000 a year worse off. And they go, well, how do you come up with that? I mean, that, you know, is obviously the typical thing that maybe an opposition would say. And then I refer them to the people who do this analysis. And then they sort of work it out and go, oh yeah, you know, over $20,000 of it. So the average mortgage in Australia is around $700,000 to $800,000. It's the average family. So some people have more. I mean, I probably shouldn't name him, but my son has a bigger mortgage than that. He's a 27-year-old. He's just bought a place in Sydney for a lot of money. So there's a lot of people with more than a $700,000 or $800,000 mortgage. And we've had, under this government, interest rates go up 11 times. Under this government. Now, they'll make up a whole lot of reasons that blame other people or not accept responsibility for that. Don't look here, it's got nothing to do with us. But, you know, 11 times under them mortgage rates have gone up. Now, you'd say, OK, well, they can't help that. But the thing is, they said that before the election in 2022, Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure you remember this, they said mortgages would be cheaper under them. So work that out, OK? So then the other things that, you know, have made the other $10,000, health costs are up, education's up, food's up, housing's up, rents are up, finance and insurance up, and energy costs are up. Now, energy costs are up. Gas in alone is up 33%, but energy costs are up an enormous amount of money too. Now, you might say, well, you know, why is that the government's fault? Well, why that is the government's fault, Deputy Speaker, is because the government misled the Australian public before the election. Now, they actually, you might say, oh, well, everyone gets it wrong, but before the election, on I think 90-odd occasions, the Prime Minister said the electricity bill was going to go down by $275. Now, not only did he say that, Deputy Speaker, but he actually said that it was the most modelled government policy in the history of the country from opposition. So not only was he saying it was going to go down, he said, and we're going to stand by this because the modelling we have done on this is the most sophisticated by an opposition in Australian political history. Well, even after the election, he was saying this for a little while. But then about 2 months after the election, suddenly it was like, maybe this isn't going to happen, and they won't mention the figure again. And then they have the hide, because they don't accept responsibility. We got it wrong. But they don't say, we got it wrong. They blame other things or other people. And in this case, they actually for a while were blaming the Ukraine war. But misfortune for them at the time, the Ukraine war had started well before the election, but yet still pre the election, post the election, they were still saying that they were going to bring down energy prices. So, Deputy Speaker, you know, the other thing that we don't hear from the government is we know that government spending, the Reserve Bank, under a lot of pressure. Almost. Not to say bullying is a bit strong, I suppose, but the Treasurer and others in the government really pressuring the Reserve Bank to bring down interest rates. But yet, as the Reserve Bank has said, a lot of this is homegrown inflation now, Deputy Speaker. This isn't inflation because of necessarily external issues. The Australian government has increased spending by hundreds of billions of dollars. Now, that's inflationary. That's inflationary, Deputy Speaker. The industrial relations legislation, some of those results are, you can say, oh, okay, well, people need higher wages to keep up with inflation, but it can be it's a revolving circle of one trying to catch the other. And a lot of the decisions by the government are going to mean that inflation in this country are going to stay higher for longer. Now, that's not me saying that, Deputy Speaker. That's, professional financial analysts and economists saying that, Deputy Speaker. So here we are in Australia with a government that was misleading about the fact that they said mortgages were going to be cheaper, energy was going to be cheaper before the election, then suddenly all bets are off once they win, and none of that happens. And, it's been misfortune too, Deputy Speaker. I said at the start that, they're a bit late coming to the party from this. Because remember, interest rates were going up from, almost the first month they were in, and up and up and up and up they were going. Now, for the first year, the government wasn't talking about cost of living increases, Deputy Speaker. We were almost, very early on, we were saying to the government, look, cost of living is going up. You need to get on this. You need to get on early. You need to make decisions that's going to make life easier for families in Australia, Deputy Speaker. But for, 18 months, they were distracted by a whole lot of other things. The Voice, let's look at one thing. They weren't talking about cost of living at this time last year, Deputy Speaker, and cost of living was real this time last year. This time last year, they'd just spent $450 million and were dividing the country on a race referendum. and a voice referendum that was dividing the country. No talk about cost of living then, Deputy Speaker. They were distracted by a whole lot of other issues. Energy, I'm here with the member for Hinkler, almost feel humbled speaking about energy in front of him, Deputy Speaker. He's forgotten more about energy and how it works and the prices and what drives it, prices and production, than most people know in this chamber, Deputy Speaker. But, their energy policies they have with their their reckless renewables only policy, Deputy Speaker, means that energy prices have gone up. The countries who have the most reliance on renewables, Deputy Speaker, have the highest prices. And this reckless policy they have means that our energy prices have gone up in the last 2 years, some of it on the back of the government policies. And one thing they never want to talk about is some of the costs associated with this, but let's take one of them. Intuitively you go, okay, the sun shines, the wind blows, that's free, right? You don't have to generate it. Yeah, the member for Hinkler just shook his head. The member for Hinkler just shook his head because, it's a fallacy, right? And why is it a fallacy? Because the wind doesn't blow. The wind blows, I think, a member for Hinkler, please interject if I'm wrong, but it blows 40% of the time. Yeah, 30. Oh, there you go. I was going to say 30 to 40% of the time. I knew that was lower than solar. And solar, well, you can sort of bet on how much? How much? 22%. 22%. I was going to say high. It's actually lower than wind, is it? So the sun's shining. You can rely on the sun for 20. Let's round it to 25, remember Hinkler. 25% of the time. The wind's blowing for just over 30% of the time. So the issue that makes renewables expensive is you need a backup. And whether that's battery technology that doesn't even exist yet, whether it be gas, which we obviously will need to look at, or a base load that needs to be ready to go when they're not working, but all that adds to the cost of your energy. Now, the other thing they don't like talking about or never mention is, of course, is it 28,000 kilometres? No, is it 28,000 kilometres of new transmission system and poles and wires that you're going to have to build? Because, of course, we had a solar program when in government on people's roofs. That's pretty simple. It's connected to the poles and wire system right now. But, where you need to build these wind turbines, where you need to build these solar panels, on mass scale, are where there's no poles and wires and transmission systems. So that's, we think, over $100 billion and probably more to build that. And that sort of seems to be an off-balance sheet sort of consideration. We're not really taking that into account when we're looking at people's prices. So, again, there's a whole lot of fallacies around that. So don't expect your energy bills to be coming down under this lot. In fact, I unfortunately think not only expect your energy bills to be coming down, but expect the lights to potentially be going out in a time coming soon. So again, lots of bad decisions by this government, Deputy Speaker. As you know, I know you agree with me on issue 1 to 10. I know you might not agree on everything else I said today, but I know you agree with me on that. And unfortunately, there's many, many decisions, many, many policies that this government's making that is accentuating the cost of living crisis in this country. Didn't even get onto the housing issue. Didn't even mention the 1.2 million people that have come into the country over the last few years and not enough houses to house them, which gives us our rent and housing crisis as well, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Page. I would agree it would be within 1 to 10, maybe not 1 to 10 inclusive. The question for the House is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, for a moment I was concerned that we might have daylight saving to blame for the reliability of solar power as well. But Deputy Speaker, I rise this evening to bring a number of issues to the House's attention. Firstly, I want to speak on the important work this government is doing to build a future made in Australia. And Deputy Speaker, I'm aggrieved that this is a controversial topic being held up in the other place. Deputy Speaker, the plan for a future made in Australia is about attracting and enabling investment, making Australia a renewable energy superpower, evaluating to our resources and strengthening economic security, backing Australian ideas, innovation, digital, science, and investing in people and places, not controversial matters you would think. Deputy Speaker, this country has critical and abundant natural endowments and a highly skilled workforce. It is well positioned to strengthen priority supply chains and become an indispensable part of the net zero global economy. This isn't about government replacing private investment. This is about government being a catalyst for investment, unlocking the private capital to build new projects, create new jobs and drive growth and prosperity. This will be complemented by a reform that holds no one back and drives progress that leaves no one behind. And Deputy Speaker, doing so in a way that better aligns our national security with our economic security. Just as the US, UK, Republic of Korea, Japan, Canada and so many nations around the world are doing, safeguarding themselves against the next global shock, whether it's conflict, a pandemic, a cyber attack or another international energy crisis, Australia must follow suit. But to do this, the government is investing $91 million over the next 5 years to accelerate the development of the clean energy workforce through expanded access to the New Energy Apprenticeship Program and investments in VET clean energy courses. It will mean investing in our people and places like the CIT in Woden in the heart of my electorate of Beam. We're expanding support for women training in male-dominated industries through $55.6 million for the Building Women's Careers program and $38.2 million to support diversity in science, technology, engineering and maths. It's a part of the government's targeted approach to meeting skills needed for a future made in Australia, including $68.4 million to attract and retain the skilled industrial workforce needed to support defence industrial priorities. And Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege to join the Prime Minister a number of weeks ago on his visit to Geoscience Australia, my electorate, the first Prime Minister to visit Geoscience Australia, if that's believable, to see how we're making the most of our natural resources. We learned how minerals such as copper, lithium, nickel and cobalt are essential components in many clean energy technologies, from wind turbines and solar panels to electric vehicles. We were treated to a demonstration about how lithium is used to power batteries, along with a sediment exhibition, an ores map with samples and an opal. Deputy Speaker, what can I say but this visit rocked? But, apologies, Member for Werra. But it was a reminder that we have a unique opportunity to build on our vast minerals to not only fuel Australia's transition to net zero, but the world. Deputy Speaker, making more things here in Australia, making our nation a renewable energy superpower and making our economy more resilient and more secure is something we should all be able to support. It shouldn't be controversial. It will ensure that we seize those opportunities and share them with people and communities in every part of our nation. And I urge those in the Senate to support our government's plan for a future made in Australia. Deputy Speaker, this year I'm participating in the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign, and tonight I'm proud to read out some speeches, or grievances if you like, written by 3 students from the Charles Weston School in Coombs. Angela, 11, says, "My name is Angela and I'm a student at Charles Weston. I'm writing to express my concerns about the health and well-being of teenagers, particularly regarding smoking and vaping. I frequently see teens engaging in these activities, which worries me because of the potential health risks, including lung cancer, asthma and other respiratory issues. Many teenagers are influenced by peer pressure, online content and even family and friends, leading them to smoke or vape. If this trend continues, we could see a significant increase in the number of young people who smoke or vape, which would have serious public health implications. I urge the Parliament to take action to address this issue online and at all schools tell teens about the health risk to protect the health of our youth and the future of our country." Shreyam, also 11, says, "Respected members of Parliament, I am Shreyam, a concerned student from Charles Weston School in Coombs. At only 11 years old, I'm deeply troubled by the escalating issue of cybercrimes and cyberbullying. It's time to take decisive action to tackle this growing threat. Every day, people are falling victim to online harassment and hacking, and it's an imperative that we put an end to it. Recent research has revealed that the likelihood of being hacked online is a staggering 1 in 5. This unsettling statistic is a cause for great concern, and it's clear that immediate action is needed. Furthermore, the presence of hackers within online communities is deeply alarming and has led to a pervasive sense of fear and vulnerability among internet users, myself included. If we fail to address this issue now, we risk a future where online space is overrun by hackers and viruses." And finally, Saharsha, 11, says, "Hello, my name is Saharsha and I'm 11 years old. I'm writing from Charles Weston School, Coombs. Deforestation is an important matter that needs to be discussed as it impacts many people and creatures. My hope is that in the next 10 years, Parliament will do its best to plant trees as a replacement for the chopped down ones. This impacts us humans as we'll have good oxygen to breathe through. This will also impact animals in good ways by having a habitat to live in. This is an important matter because when animals depend on trees as a source of good, fresh oxygen, Parliament can help by encouraging people and maybe even schools to plant trees. Thank you, Angela, Shreyam and Sahasra, for taking the time and sharing your concerns and raising your voice to Parliament and raising issues which have been incredibly relevant this year, the subject of much ongoing debate. And finally, Deputy Speaker, tonight concludes the first day of pre-poll voting for the ACT election. It marks the beginning of the end of the 2024 ACT election, and the voters could not have starker choices. Deputy Speaker, I want to raise the importance of having a strong Labor government on a federal and territory level and what happens when they work together. Our Labor Prime Minister is one that knows and understands Canberra. He doesn't use this city's name as a punching bag. Canberra should serve as a beacon to the nation, not an easy put down for politicians to play one group of Australians off against another. Australia very much remains a federation, and this Prime Minister has proven that. He leads this Labor government from the Lodge and walks up Mount Ainslie, Red Hill, and even Mount Taylor in my electorate of Bean, like thousands of Canberrans do every day. And he leads a government that works with Labor and coalition territory and state governments, ensuring, in our case, that our national capital gets the investment that is befitting of our national capital. That's why, after a decade of neglect of the national capital from the previous government, this federal Labor government is working with Andrew Barr, the Chief Minister of the ACT government, and is investing in Canberra to support a more livable, connected and thriving city. We also know that the Canberra Liberals do not represent the progressive identity that our territory has forged for ourselves. But we must not run the risk of having the Territory Labor government lose re-election. We've seen in the last 2 years what federal and Territory Labor governments can do for Canberra. Thanks to these two Labor governments working together, Canberra and the ACT is getting the funding it deserves from infrastructure to services and education. Andrew Barr and Anthony Albanese continue to work together to deliver for Canberrans. Deputy Speaker, in my part of Canberra, the electorate of Bean overlaps with Murrumbidgee and Brindabella, and in 2024 has produced some excellent candidates. In Brindabella, Labor candidates include Brendan Ford, Caitlin Tuff, Louise Crossman, Tamus Werner-Gibbings and Minister Mick Gentleman. In Murrumbidgee, it includes Minister Chris Steele, Marissa Patterson, MLA, Nelson Tang, Anna Whitty and Nora El-Sadi. They would all make excellent members in an ACT government post the election in a couple of weeks' time. To Joy Birch, who's using this opportunity to retire, thank you for all you have done, not just for the Assembly government and for your electorate, but as the Speaker of the Assembly for the longest period too.
And I thank the member for Bean. The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been the member for Grey for 17 years. Well, it'll be 17 years in November at least. And I have announced my retirement, so I won't be coming back after the next election, whenever that might be. But I've worked, well, I appreciate your concern. Thank you, Member for McEwen. But I've worked hard with my electorate to stay in touch, and Grey, it is not an easy electorate, and many say, how do you manage the travel? And it's difficult. I think the range of subject matter is a more difficult issue. It's enormous across an electorate like Grey. But I've worked particularly hard to try and stay in touch with my Indigenous community. Around about 7.5% of Grey is Indigenous, and by my estimate, about 40% of those live in remote Indigenous communities. And it is there that I see the biggest gap, as it were. Generally, in the urban areas, Indigenous people are going okay, with some exceeding others failing, but a great number that are well adjusted, employed, raising families and participating in mainstream Australia. There's still a gap, but it's not. We're closing that gap. It is, but it's why I visited the APY lands. I've tried to get up there around about twice a year, and it's quite an effort to do so. I tell people it's 1,000 kilometres from my gate to the turn-off without going out the electorate. And then it's another 8 hours through to the Western Australian border. So when I go, it takes me a week. And I try to always drive. One of the reasons, of course, is I could fly. The taxpayer is good enough to fund charter flights for me. But when I land there, the first thing I need is a car. And you need to travel. I need to travel from community to community and find the leaders, find the people, find the workers, find the programs and see how it's going on the ground. And I tend to go unannounced. The census says there's about 2,400 people living on the lands. I think there's more than that. It's not surprising that the census may not be completely accurate up there. By the 2022 figures, and I can't find anything more recent, there's 568 enrolled in school. And it's difficult to pin down, but the general estimate is that we think somewhere between $250,000 and $350,000 is spent by the taxpayer each year in maintaining that population. That's enormous. But I do say I don't begrudge that money, because nowhere is that gap between Indigenous Australia and mainstream Australia so obvious as in a place like the APY lands and some other remote Indigenous settlements that I have. But I think the bigger question is, what do we get for our money? We have better housing, even though I was just up there 2 weeks ago, and I regret to inform the House there are currently 7 burned out $1 million plus houses up there. We're getting 3 new police stations again. I think that'll take it up to about 8 under construction at the moment. They're probably about $5 million a throw. There are health centres, and they're very good health centres, and I take my hat off to those people that work there and bring great services to that area. Investment in shops. There's new shops in my time in Freegon and Armada. Swimming pools. There's just been a new swimming pool built at Ernabella. And a youth centre, which I estimate to be worth about $6 million. Sadly to report, and this is the story of the APY lands, the youth centre is closed due to vandalism. The toilets have been destroyed. The swimming pool supervisor has left. The swimming pool's never been used and it's full of rocks and gone green. We put $106 million into turning the main access road on the APY lands into all weather. Some of that's bituminous. We fund the Indigenous ranges, arts centres. It goes on and on. And for 17 years, I would say the place is physically in far better shape, but the outcomes are worse. And that's a tragedy, and it's something that really upsets me. We spend more than $500 million a year there, and it's getting worse. So clearly, something's not working. Everywhere we have government workers, NGOs, charities, and when I speak to them, they all convince me what a great job they're doing. This program's really making a difference. And they all tell me that, and I think, oh, well, that sounds pretty good. But I challenge them back, and I say, if your program's doing such a good job, why is the place getting worse? And you can almost see the blood run from their face. No one's ever thought of that question before. So my conclusion is that the model is failing. I struggle to think of a program that we're maintaining, even expanding a population in a remote area with no natural economy to support them could be more guaranteed to destroy a culture than what we're doing. The men especially, everything they did traditionally is now superfluous to their living. It is replaced by the government. It's no wonder there's no respect for the elders anymore. It's no wonder the young people are bored and they turn to drugs and alcohol. And unfortunately, the next outcome of that is domestic violence, abuse of children. There are horrific stories, Mr Deputy Speaker, horrific stories. And when we've heard Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa Price tell those stories, in the other place. And it is a debasement, there has been debasement of traditional values. For instance, sounds good, we have Sorry Camp. I've been to a Sorry Camp that have been going for 2 months. During Sorry Camp, they vacate the houses. They live down in a creek bed or whatever amongst the flies, babies crawling around, no sanitation. It is not possible to believe that traditionally they did not bury their dead within 2 days. It's a hot part of the world. There would be nothing left after 2 weeks. And yet now they go for weeks. They disrupt school. They disrupt the whole community. I have a good friend who has been through business, and he says it's getting more and more violent. And he doesn't like what's happening. I said, why do you do it? He said, I go along to try and moderate. Would you like your children to do it? He said, absolutely not. Old people speak to me, the Chilpies and the Myanmars, almost crying, telling me what has become of their families. The violence, domestic violence, particularly crime, child abuse, children in kinship care, which is failing. It's overloaded. It cannot continue indefinitely, and I'm going to have to round this up. I'm running out of time. I was only speaking to the member as we came in. We need longer speeches in this place to put down more important stories. But the do-gooders in the city think they're doing a good job in these remote lands. I regret to inform this place they are not. We are on the wrong track. Senator Namba Price has called for an audit of all these programs. I fully support it. It's absolutely what needs to happen. There are a whole lot of programs not doing any good. The people on them believe they're doing good, and I don't blame them personally, but it is not cutting the mustard. We need to bring back mutual responsibility. We had to work for the DOLE program, the Community Development Program. There is no longer any compunction to work. We had in Ceduna, at least, and a few other places, the cashless debit card. It made an enormous difference. It needs to be rolled out over a much wider footprint. There needs to be mutual responsibility. We need to make people, parents, responsible for sending their children to school. The problem is when the government moves in, it then becomes the government's job to get the children to school. I know we need children well fed to think and function in school. But once the school takes over the breakfast program and then the lunch program, guess who owns it? It's their job to feed the kids. And those same kids will go hungry in school holidays and on weekends. It's not the answer. The answer is we need to build responsibility. Noel Pearson says that we need these people to be able to walk in two worlds. I fully support that. We need the schools to function at a level that will enable children to go away, to participate in the wider world there where there is an economy, where there is a chance to get a job, where they can join their urban cousins, which I talked about at the beginning of this speech, and actually have a chance of success of life. Because when I see a 3 or 4 or 5 or 6-year-old up there, I just think, you poor bugger, how are you ever going to get out of this? We send them away to school for a while. Parents will let them go down to a facility in Adelaide, but by and large, they want them to come back home. Now, you can understand why people want their kids to come home. But home isn't a place where they can thrive. Home is a place of disaster. It is going the wrong way. It is one of the great sorrows of the fact that I'm winding up a 17-year career and I have not made a significant difference in that area. I have tried. But I feel at the end of it, we're actually worse off than when I began.
And I thank the member for Grey for sharing his insights. The question before the Federation Chamber is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. All around the country over the last few years, peaceful elections have been held to allow the exchange of ideas. Legislation on all manner of things gets debated in this parliament, for instance, and each member or senator from every part of this continent stands here to give our constituents a voice. We speak on their behalf to champion the issues that matter most to them, to express their aspirations and fears and draw to attention matters of public policy that may impact their lives. In truth, we all come with our own life experiences to this place. Our voices and opinions widely vary. But in here, Speaker, we all stand equal and have the right to be heard. But in reality, with 151 of us in this chamber and 76 in the other, the numbers of voices are limited. This week I'm delighted to participate in the Raise Our Voice program because young Australians have written speeches to have their voices heard. I'm pleased to present 2 speeches on behalf of young constituents in Werriwa. Joanna writes, "The more we can empower women in sport, the more we can change the world." This quote by Billie Jean King shows the power of supporting female athletes. Yet in our community, many young women and girls encounter significant barriers to participating in sport. My name is Joanna. I'm a 15-year-old for the electorate of Werriwa. Over the past few years, there has been a decrease in female participation in sports within our community. Many young women and girls face challenges related to gender equality and safety concerns. Females have limited opportunity in our community to play sports in male-dominated spaces where they feel unsupported. We must create an environment where every young woman has the opportunities to succeed in sports. So what can Parliament do to lead this change? We need to ensure that all sport environments are safe and protect all athletes, particularly women, from harassment and discrimination. Furthermore, we need to change the gender stereotypes in sport that discourage female participation. This includes promoting gender-neutral language so that sports are simply referred to as sports without gendered labels like men's sports or women's sports. Australia has always been the land of opportunity and equality. By acting now, we can create the next generation where young women are supported and given equal opportunity in sport. Brilliantly said, Joanna. The second young person's voice is Natasha. In a nation that prides itself on justice and equality, how can we ignore the glaring overrepresentation of Indigenous voices in our criminal justice system? Statistics from Boscar and the ABS reveal that 66.4% of young offenders in remand or detention are Indigenous Australians, an alarming figure that demands urgent attention. The disproportionate rates of crime in rural and remote areas highlight the severe lack of accessibility to essential services, exacerbating the problem. Over the next decade, I call on the Parliament to intensify research into the underlying causes of crimes committed by Indigenous people and to prioritise strategies that reduce incarceration rates and promote rehabilitation. Successful initiatives such as the Justice Reinvestment New South Wales program in Bourke, which significantly reduces driving offences and domestic violence, demonstrate the power of culturally informed counselling services tailored to Indigenous needs. Additionally, expanding the use of youth justice conferences for broader ranges of offences can make a profound difference, as seen in Victoria, where recidivism rates in young Indigenous offenders are notably lower than in New South Wales. These approaches offer a clear path forward. We must confront this injustice head-on, committing to a future where the criminal justice system protects and serves all citizens, not the privileged few. The time is action now. Thank you for this thoughtful contribution, Natasha. Sadly, time doesn't permit me to present the voices of other young people who contributed to this year's Raise Our Voice in Parliament in Werriwa. But I'd like to thank Tamirishi, Enna, Anushka, Zayab, Daisy, Rihanna, Archit, Jocelyn, Rick, Bella, Aidan, Kabir, Ethan, Miriam, Tudor, Abdullah, Stefan, Liam, Kobe, Zayan, Alana, Allah, and Minnat for all of their contributions. I read and enjoyed all your speeches, and more importantly, I heard your voices. Having highlighted 2 young Australians' voices in this chamber, I would now like to add my own. I mentioned earlier that each in this place brings our constituents, concerns. In my part of southwest Sydney, the truth is, but for all the improvements to public transport, cars still dominate. Sadly, however, roads to accommodate vehicles have not kept pace. The problem has been exacerbated by unprecedented population growth. In these areas, just a few short years ago, you found tomato and chicken farms, cows and horses. You now find houses there. Further exacerbating the situation is a complete lack of effort by Liverpool City Council to help ease the situation. In short, they've failed residents and my constituents. I could choose any number of examples, but the one I'd like to give my voice to today on behalf of the constituents who've contacted my office is in the suburb of Middleton Grange. Not to overstate it, but the local area network is a disaster. I know because I also use it. In response to this situation at the last election, I advocated for my constituents to secure $6 million from the Albanese Labor government to address the issues in the suburb of Middleton Grange. The remaining $6 million to complete the works were to come from Liverpool City Council. But to my frustration and that of my constituents, nothing has started, nothing at all. I'm currently being overwhelmed by responses to my petition in the local area confirming just how concerned local road users are, especially in peak times. The petition is still open if you wanted to add your voice. Another concern of mine is multiple rounds of black spot funding that is still to be used by Liverpool Council. The inertia of the council on this and other infrastructure projects is appalling, and my community is paying the price. Every day when they get home late from work, miss their appointments or have to leave for work earlier, all because Liverpool Council is not meeting its end of the bargain. Recently, a number of new councillors were elected to Liverpool Council. It's my earnest hope they'll start asking what the problem is, why projects such as the improvement in the Middleton Grange area have not yet commenced. In the meantime, I'd like to voice in this place the concerns of my constituent and hold organisations like the council to account. The recent council election, a number of councillors retired or did not re-stand. I acknowledge the Honourable Charisma Caliander, who since her election to the New South Wales State Parliament has been serving in both roles with distinction. Thankfully, the people of Liverpool will continue to be well served by her understanding of our local community and her care and passion, but I acknowledge all the work she did on Liverpool Council since 2016. Also retiring at this election was Ali Karnib, who gave 29 years of service to the people of Liverpool as a councillor. Ali served on Liverpool Council with distinction, and it was my great privilege to serve with him for 8 years before coming to this place. I learnt many things from him: dedication, commitment, and how to represent the community and help them with their issues. A former teacher, Ali settled in Liverpool in 1984, subsequently raising his family there. In the ensuing years, Ali has been a champion for our area and our local community. Ali also served for decades as the president of the Lebanese Community Council. Ali always put others front and centre in his mind and his community work. Liverpool Council is better for the presence of people like Ali Karnib, and I place on my record my sincere thanks to Ali for his friendship and support over many years and wish him all the very best for the future. Thankfully, Speaker, the legacy of Ali will continue with the election of his son, Sam Karnib, to Liverpool Council. I'm certain Sam will continue his father's outstanding work and ensure that Liverpool residents continue to have a strong voice. I also congratulate Ethan Monaghan on his election to Council and Dr Betty Green, who's been returned for another term. I look forward to working with the new Council into the future.
And I thank the member for Werriwa. There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
I move the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
And I thank the member for Werriwa. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
And I thank the member for Grey. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 11:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 9th of October, and I take the opportunity to thank the Chamber staff.
I'm all for recycling.